the playoff game. They're going to be able to ride that tide all the way through.
They can't hear.
Well, I'll tell you what, I say it every single time we have a grand finals. I'm one that likes to see it go the distance, and hopefully the third time in a row. We said this last time, right? We were literally in the middle of the pyramid again, and we said there's no way we're going to get another Game 7. We just thought it wasn't possible at all. We're all sitting there like, how are we going to top that NACT? And it happened. We literally topped it, exactly that. So hopefully the third time will be the charm. You can see it go the distance. Hopefully it's not the same story with the 3-1 that we've been seeing so far.
What's going on?
And I think all that kind of really does come back to the mentality, because when you look at stats throughout all of these seasons, it is normally heavily favoring one team, right? But somehow in the grand finals, the magic happens, the games happen, and we get down to Game 7 where nobody has a clue who is going to win. You know, you brought up a fun fact, right? One more fun fact. Last time that MOBA Zane and Basic faced each other, Basic won, and that was when MOBA Zane got sent out in third place. So right now, that was Avalon. Last time they went up against each other when they weren't on the same team, Basic got the dub. So there's a lot of stuff building up to these games.
Can I throw some hidden lore in there and to top that off? That was also the last fall season, man. The rabbit hole.
Oh, the last fall season.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What are you guys insinuating there?
Just saying.
Whoa,
there's a lot.
Insane.
Yeah, don't
right,
try
blonde hair Liz. Nope. We're not having it. All right.
All right, that's it for this little discussion, guys. We have 10 minutes on the clock until the show starts. So make sure to grab your popcorns, have everything ready, because it's going to be a hell of a night ahead of us. Now, I'll see you in 10.
10 minutes till launch. Oh. No, G Echo's not. He's talking to the players right now. They're like doing like a team huddle, chat, probably talk strategy. Ready for BTK to fucking lose? I'm Joseph, like friends with Ant or G. And we got Ian here too. Good, I'm good. I'm relaxing. You know, we had a pretty fun weekend. Players didn't. They went out like Thursday, but ever since that, they've been focused on love. But the rest of us had a pretty fun. A lot of drinking. Not a lot of drinking water. But also a lot of drinking water. Yeah. We did some barbecuing today. That was gas. We had like half a cow on the pretty good. Made some potatoes with it. Oh, and some jalapeno. Will there be a celebration? Any kids enjoy. How's everybody else doing, man? How y'all Sunday going? Huh? Hopefully it's been lazy. It is hot. It is hot. Carlos likes it real hot too. Houseman's real spicy lately. That's for sure. To say the least. It's also good. You know, it's fall starting to set in. A little bit of heat in the house. Monday, 5:36 a.m. Well, hell yeah, you're not missing it. Thank you for being here. Yeah, they still haven't started. I guess they already started.
Haven't.
Oh, they haven't?
No. I was like,
Some people watch the draft.
Yeah, but it's like a 4.5 minute.
They're probably gonna do like this whole talk. Everything.
I mean, I thought there would be a little hurrah. Hey, yeah, G's here. G's here.
They said, I hear.
Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
what's up? What's up, Chad? What's up?
3 minutes. My source.
I was in there with the boys. We were trying to see when draft was gonna start, but draft still hasn't even started. Hey Ritz, back in the house, dude. It's hot in here. It's only gonna get hotter.
Let's get it.
It is, my boy. Know what it is. Know what it be. You know what it be.
The battlefield is set. The teams are Kenny seeks revenge, but can they succeed? Cloud9's dominance is clear. Can they maintain?
Hey, look at this.
Yeah.
Like the little video. Hey, get our stare down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's cat. We had it stare down too.
Our stare down was good.
Stare down was way better.
Stay tuned on October.
It's 80, yeah, it was hot here too.
Yeah, it's cooking.
Oh boy.
It's cooking. For like end of October.
I'm gonna end up going back out
there.
there.
That's what.
The stage is set, the spotlight is on, the grind is done, it's win or none. With every NACT finals closed out in a shocking upset, one truth stands out. In the realm of esports, the crown
can see
fits
the good
only
meal.
one. To wear
The
it,
good
you
meal.
have to earn it, and to earn it,
that's
you
fine.
have to win
That's
it.
dope.
Bound by the threats of fate, Cloud9, the undefeated victor all season, against the reigning champs BTK, the kings of grand final comebacks.
Technically,
Only
we're the
one
reigning
today
champs.
will take the crown.
There's been like a lot of
continue their
diplomacy.
chapter,
I'm like,
or will
there's
C9
90
close
or
the book
80%
and claim
us?
their first title? The time of destiny is
Yo, what up? Anime.
Liz. Today I'm joined
What
by
up,
the
bro?
wonderful trio cast of private dancers that we
You guys might hear the
Man, we've arrived. The time for talking.
The fucking stream on my stream, 'cause I have everybody on
What
speaker.
Is over. Tonight we crown a North American champion.
Yeah, and all the fans of BTK and all the fans of
I don't
Cloud9
know.
got the pitchforks,
knows?
got the torches ready, and we can't wait to see which way this series goes.
No matter what, though, somebody's
We'll
going
find
down,
out.
right? No matter what,
Let me go
somebody's
see
not
these
taking
boys.
the
They're probably-
crown, and it's either going to be our reigning champions, BTK, or the new kids on the block, Cloud9. But in the end, all the faces are familiar.
And what a wonderful season it has been. This season, we started with more than 200 teams signing up. 6 of them went through the qualifiers, plus Cloud9 and BTK being invited. And only 8 teams advanced to the regular season.
Yeah, and it's been an amazing season for surprises. A lot of new faces, a lot of new teams came out and showed up. They didn't make it here to the last 2, but here's that final scoreboard.
Yeah, as we did switch things up for this season for the first time ever doing a Swiss. You know how America loves that cheese. It was definitely interesting, right? Everybody competing for points, but only the top 4 teams were able to progress on to the playoffs out of all 8 teams, and that was Cloud9, BTK, Gosu Nighthorde, and Godspeed. But now there's only 2 teams remaining after that amazing journey, and here we are in the grand finals.
Yeah, the grand finals, but before we got there, we had to go through the playoffs. We had our top 4 teams seeded up, and though a lot of these came out as sweeps, 3-0s, 2-0s, 3-0s, 3-1, it felt like so many of those games were very close and down the line. Nighthorde finally securing a number 3 slot, showing up, and then BTK getting their redemption through the losers round into this best of 7 grand finals. I wouldn't have wanted any other way.
And today we'll find out if BTK can have their final revenge. Will the third time be the charm as they face up against Cloud9? And we're starting right on time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I want to say we've been here before, so it's not as cut and dry as everybody thinks it is from the playoffs. We've been here before where BTK has been on the outs, been the underdog, been on that back foot, and been victorious. Are we going to be seeing a repeat of that here tonight?
Well, I tell you what, I say it every single time. I hope to see it go the distance, right? We've seen best of 7 go all the way to a game 7 the first time we've seen these Titans clash it out. Then again, and here we are, kid the third time be the charm. We've yet to see an even series go to official game 7 or a bonus round, and hopefully we get that tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think if NACT holds strong, Game 7 is definitely a strong possibility. It's what we all want to see. We've been seeing it more and more often around the world in MLBB, so maybe it's what we're in store for tonight.
Yeah, and a lot is on the line, right? With a total prize pool of $25,600 worth of cash prizes and 1.5 million diamonds, a total value of $50,000 cash prizes, and a ticket to M6.
Yeah, and while, I mean, the huge prize pool, a ton of diamonds means nobody went home empty-handed, but we've learned from both of these teams that it is more than just about the money. It is about that path to M6, about raising the banner of North America on the international stage.
That's right. We got to have the team represent us in the World Series, right? We didn't have the hottest debut in MSC. We got to see that up close and personal, and it's time for redemption. We need the team to raise that flag high and show the world what North America is about. So which way this ends, we just got to be in good hands, and hopefully today, if you see it go the distance, I'm trying to manifest it, man. 7 games.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. And, you know, Private always says it the best. It's not about the money. It's about whose names will be called out through Discord calls and private DMs and chats. You know, whose pitchforks will reign supreme here, Liz.
And I hope the chat is ready. Today, the chat will reign supreme once again because we have another giveaway for you guys. On the screen, scan that QR code and type that code in for your chance to win one of the 50 tournament chests to unlock one of these amazing skins.
Yeah, and even if you can't scan the code because maybe you're watching the match on your phone, you can go into the description of YouTube, find that link, and input that code. There are only 50 tournament chests available, so be quick.
Well, actually, 49 because Liz just took one. So, guys, hurry up. If you're not fast enough, Trex may be right behind her.
Yeah, make that 48. Sorry, Liz.
Yeah, we're just messing with you. These giveaways are for all of you guys watching, and these ones are not just for the North American viewers. So I hope one of you guys in maybe Indo unlock that prize. Now, the lineup for both teams. We've seen both teams stick with their original lineup from the very start of the season. Naz on the XP lane for Cloud9, best player in the jungle, Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Cold World on Roam, and Captain Basic on the gold lane.
It has been an amazing journey for each one of these players. Even from the first NACT, I have watched everybody from best player to Mark Cutie, Cold World, Basic, and now newly entered Nats grow up in North America and become the force that everybody has seen.
Yeah, and there's always 2 sides to every single coin, and the other side of the coin is going to be the Bloodthirsty Kings, the reigning champs from the last NACT. Fried Chicken in the XP lane, Moba Zane in the jungle, Moon in the mid lane, Shark as the roamer, and Zia as the gold laner.
I mean, whether you love them or hate them, these 5 guys right here are the pillars that built NA at this point. These guys are the grandfathers. These guys have been around since the early days. These are the legends, right? These are the dudes that turn the tables when nobody expects it to happen. So you got to give them their respect where it's deserved. BTK definitely coming for it.
Yeah, and with pumping both teams up like that, let's take a look at what our casters predicted for this lineup. I see we are all rooting for North America today.
Well, I mean, that's the story here, is while I want to say we have a region divided right now between BTK, between Cloud9, I think everybody is in unison knowing that these are the 2 best teams, better than any other season that we've had, the strongest team, and whoever wins here, we know will be the strongest one that we will be sending to internationals.
It's like we're leaving it out there for the viewers to cast your vote and let us know who you think will win. But we're going to keep it here clear that there's no bias, there's no caster curse thrown on them, and hopefully we get a great series.
Yeah, I think it was just too difficult, right? The inner fanboy in me is wanting BTK to win. My heart wants to see G the Ico, Mark Cutie, and Cole World on the international stage. You know, I'm divided right now. It's tough, but in the end, the best team will go. And I think our big point is we just want North America to do amazing things, no matter who wins.
Yeah, of course. And we have been petitioning this for the whole season, especially for an important game like this, because we cannot choose between either one, especially with Cloud9 being so supportive to their players and BTK having the NA dream team for a lot of people. And now let's take a look at some of the fun facts about the players. We've been missing out for a few weeks, but we're back. Cloud9 best player. His role is jungle. His favorite hero is Fanny. His favorite player is goes to General, where he started. His hobby is MLBB. His device is iPhone 14 Pro. And his hometown, he doesn't want the girls stalking him, so he's not in a disco set today.
Yeah, I just can't get over the anime shirt on him there. But I mean, this is one of those players I was talking about. We have grown up with him. We've seen him through some community tournaments, through lesser teams, and move his way forward. You know the hunger is there with best player.
Yeah, he's definitely at the top of his game, right? One of the best meta assassins when it comes to North America. But speaking of junglers, right beside him is Zane, definitely the most decorated jungler in North America as well. His favorite hero, a little bit of a surprise. It's Fanny as well. We got to see. Maybe he pulls it out. Maybe he's just been waiting until today to show it. I'm hoping for that. But his favorite player, there's one that sticks out. It's Cardi.
Shout out to Cardi, man. I love it. He's got to throw some love to the old teammates, right? But one of the things that we really have to point out is that hobby. He likes to win, you know? He likes to win. That's what's important here. It's always been the vibe that we've gotten from Zane. You know, he's just not here to play. He's here to be the best.
Yeah, he's here to win, and let's see which team wins it as we start our today's series with the first draft.
Yeah, I know. As much as you guys love hearing us yap on through, we are ready. We have the draft ready, and the first two bands already on the board. A very familiar jungle and band coming out from Cloud9.
Yeah, we got to see which way this goes, right? Definitely want to get those meta prowl picks. We say half the battles in the draft, and hopefully we can get that today. Now, when it comes to Cloud9, it's very hard to kind of outban them, right? Their hero pool is just so deep, especially with NAS on the table as well, with players like Best Player able to prioritize these assassins. It kind of makes it a little hard. But for BTK, I feel like their hero pool may be slightly more limited, which means they're going to have to hit this with a couple of different angles.
I think at this point, we're waiting to see if C9's going to ban out that Suyo here, right? They've already taken out the Julian. They've taken out the Alpha. If they leave it open, then they force BTK to ban it out, because BTK is definitely not going to give it over to C9. But there's also this chip still open. So C9 already banning pretty aggressively. They do go with the Suyo. I like it. BTK, I think, last ban here, most likely chip. And then C9 maybe just start off with Valentina, start off with Phoveus, start off with something simple.
Or we just go with something flexible like the Edith out there, where we can kind of keep BTK guessing, keep them on their toes so that they don't know what position's going to be going where. We've talked before at nauseum when it comes to the flexibility of that gold lane right now, which I want to say is usually kind of left into the last there. Still waiting for that last pick. We're at the 0. Hesitation. It is going to be the Phoveus pickup for Cloud9.
Yeah, Phoveus, one of those XP laners that a lot of people have had hard times dealing with, right? You have to find who can kind of put on that pressure. I mean, this is a new Phoveus, right? It's revamped. It's not magical anymore. It's complete physical damage. Now, there are some options on the table, though. For flexibility, you could pull out the Ruby. You could at least have the survivability aspect inside of the XP lane, or you can flex it in the roam position or the gold lane, which could be a smart thing for BTK. But now Zane has jungle prowl, right? There's a lot of junglers right here that he can choose from to get him comfortable. We know he's one of those junglers who thrives on being able to get around and get that farm and pave the way for the early game.
I think he needs to lock, I don't know, I think he needs to lock in Nolan pretty soon, because if that gets pulled up, I mean, at least from what we've seen, we're starting to run out of options, right? And if C9 grabs the Nolan up right here, it's starting to pressure down on Mobazane. Of course, it is game 1. There's still a Ling open. There's still a Hayabusa open. There's still plenty of options for best player here. And if they feel like they can handle Mobazane's Nolan, then they're in a comfortable place. You mentioned the Bane. We didn't see it work so well, man. We didn't see it work so well. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it doesn't really fit into BTK's early game strat. So there goes the Nolan pick. They steal it away from Mobazane. What else is he left with at this point, Private?
Yeah, and then that's kind of what the question has been on everybody's mind this entire week. Are we going to maybe see a surprise from Mobazane that does not rely on that Bane pick, which, like you've said, hasn't been as successful as he wants? We're going to go ahead and scoop up the Roger. Now, I want to say I do kind of favor Roger a little bit more in the gold lane, just because he's had a few nerfs when it comes to his transformation. He doesn't have as much defense. Cooldowns are a little bit longer, so he's not as, I want to say, able to be in a lot of those fights. But we're talking about Mobazane here, who has, made a name for himself off of this hero.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, with being second in the draft, BTK prioritizing this Hylos and also this Cho. I'm wondering, Chicken with this Hylos, is that possibly the counter they're looking for against this Phobius? How is that matchup going to kind of work out? But yeah, the Roger, I'm right there with you. I mean, I wonder, is Zane going to run this inside of the jungle? It's great with the like and pounce, especially early, but you have to be aggressive, right? It can definitely fall off if not played properly or able to get those objectives. But it's still going to be flexed inside of the gold lane. It still can be put into the hands of Zia, which still gives Zane an option for something else inside of the jungle if necessary. Now, if that's the case, we still have a lot of gold laners on the table for both sides.
I think C9 maybe looks into banning, like, maybe Ruby here, focusing on Azia's gold lane, because if this does end up being a jungle Roger, it's very possible we see that double fighter offlane inside of BTK. Both sides, though, banning down into this gold lane, and I think it's kind of smart for BTK to do that, right? They get first pick here. They can still fall into a fighter on the offlane like the Ruby or the Alice, something of that nature, or they can always just flex the Roger over. C9 also banning into gold lane. It's, it could be a bad move here to be banning the Harith out. We're now limiting down onto basic. There's still a Claude open, still a couple possibilities, but those that gap is getting smaller.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to it, I want to say we still got some of those prime picks that Basic does like to have. The Moskov probably is, it should just be renamed the Basic, with just how it shines with the split pushing, which we know that Basic likes to lean into. We are going to go ahead, take out that Eve, which Hoon has really started favoring there onto the BTK. I also want to add in the Ruby pickup. I want to say Azia has been performing just absolutely
they were picking the last first.
Ruby. So
it's
it's
like
another
giving a little bit of a breakdown beforehand.
For themselves here. The Valentina's picked up, especially with the ultimates that are on the board. I like this pick.
What's up, chat?
BTK.
Yeah,
guys ready for the grand finals?
Against it, right? I mean, we've seen players
Fucking
like
go, chat.
Sicilian come out. We've seen Vexana could definitely be a threat still available on the table. And right
FBI
now,
accountant?
what you're allowed to walk, are you getting a decent trade back? Now, we're looking at a Phobius, right? We can all agree that's a high value.
All right, chat. Game on.
That's a really good lottery pick for the side of Cloud9.
Bros, do you want to
some additional picks, though?
Want to sit here? Want to sit here and get closer?
This Claude as well.
I like the Aurora, especially with something like a Hylos and a Cho trying to come in, and a Roger. They want to try to dive on. One good Frigid Glacier drops, and it completely stops what BTK wants to do.
Yeah, who do you think won the draft?
For Basic, we know this is the go-to.
Dude, what you guys think?
But hold on a second. Hold on. Game number 1, we were wondering what we were going to see from Zane. It looks like it could be the YSS. Still, we saw yes, it did perform the other day. They won the game with it, but it was against Gosu Nighthorde, and nothing bad to say about Gosu Nighthorde, but it's definitely not Cloud9. Is this going to work? How do we feel about it, boys?
Man, definitely not Cloud9. I couldn't have put it better myself. and that's what we have to wonder here, especially with how flexible they are in here. A very firm, by-the-book draft from Cloud9. BTK here going outside the box, and I want to say
I'm under contract, so
at least
it's not
something here. But
not like I switched teams.
I don't recall seeing how
BTK is pretty much just only Zane though, so
when it comes to this gold lane now. So we're gonna find out, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Not how I expected to jump
the
into,
delay, there's no delay on my
it's a little
side, but
risky,
the
especially,
delay
the YSS
on
don't really
that
see it
actual
from
stream is like
even with the
like
when
4 or
Zane
5
did
minutes,
run
I
it,
think.
it wasn't like a one-sided story because of the YSS. I honestly feel like that match was a little bit harder for them when they went up against Gosu Nighthorde.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time for talk is now over. We are sliding into game 1 of the Grand Finals. BTK taking on Cloud9.
Okay, hold up, because this is not jungle YSS. This is gold. I saw it in the graphic and I was like, was it a mess up on the graphic? Wait a second, what happened here?
Good boy, Hoon is still laying down. The shark is in the kitchen.
Is this a
boy's cooking?
Is this something out of the clutch? Is this something they've been practicing?
The fuck is he gonna communicate?
This could definitely be something.
That dude's like all the way back there.
Here, and it's gonna be surprising. I think damage output early game.
Oh, here, let me turn off the ads for you boys. My bad.
In terms of overall damage, I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, it's definitely a first for me as well, but we said we wanted to see BTK
you
come
can.
some surprises. They have yet to disappoint.
Yeah, and
I turned off the ads for you guys.
It doesn't just come down to the picks, though. It's going to come down to some of these.
I know. It's the Grand Finals.
Sour point for BTK in some of the playoff games. Is their synergy up to par? Is Mobazane going in with the backup of his team? Is the communication?
Because I can't ever tell when it does them, and they're always so crazy with it.
Being very respectable of both of their opponents.
Yeah, but BTK definitely like moving fast. They're playing the early games they like to play. This is the early game that sometimes messes up the tempo of Cloud9 in laning phase. You have Shark on this Cho, who's going to be aggressive, going to be in their face. And in terms of the mid duo that we're wondering how they're going to pair up, lane clearage has been equal. The rotations have been equal. It's 2 minutes in, and it's pretty much down the middle.
Yeah, he's already seen some heavy engagement. Oh, wait a second. Big knockup on the chicken.
But he almost hit 4.
Sustain himself in this fight as the
Gonna allow him to get.
Yeah, Frigid Glacier came out there from Hoon with the IMU, not able to find a mark just yet, but that means you're going to have an ultimate down for this first objective, but it doesn't look like both teams are actually setting up just yet. Shark getting caught.
Yeah, Demonic Force dropping down, trying to put him on the slam dunk cam, but the G-Kundo, the footwork, a little too fast for Nats to be able to catch up to him. But right now, a stalemate for the Turtle. Neither side will engage.
We'll see how things play out. Turtle up, both junglers sitting at the top side. So this is gonna be
hit the like button, chat. Let's go.
Exactly. Mobazane has to get his
I'll do our giveaway at the end of the stream today as well.
Do we think that BTK's got this one here? They do have some zone control. A little bit of a knockup.
Ooh, the way
I think they got Carlos. Yeah.
Insane. Securing the kill, an amazing alley.
That's what happens with Shark.
First blood for BTK, but did we see Cloud9 with a response?
Oh my god.
Cutie will find Mobazane, both sides, able to secure kill. Glorious pathway through the mid-river is Rel. Look at Nats, he's going all in. Now a 1v3 at that tier 3 turret.
That was a good trade.
That is just an amazing job by Cloud9. They do get caught. Best player does go down, but they're always able to reply in kind with something. Here, Shark in a little bit of trouble as we start on this turtle.
Yeah, Sharks.
Good control, boys. Good control.
Well, ever since we saw him start picking up the Cho earlier in the playoffs, I've liked it on him. It fits his.
Me to 20K, chat.
He can throw it back.
Both players do go down there. We already see the possible aggression from BTK. The possible.
What's going on?
Oh, another pick.
Yeah, play
no, not yet, not yet.
Chicken not going to be able to find the kill, but that is a turtle over to Cloud9.
Ooh, Colwell just narrowly avoids a little kick up there from Shark. But right now, I mean, still keeping the pace. It's 1-1. Both of these teams, I want to say the aggression coming from them, they are not warded off by either of the deaths that they took. They're not worried about it. They're just continuing to kind of keep up this fast pace.
Keep our eyes on that, though, right? He's super proactive right now. He's consistently rotating up to the mid, getting back down to EXP to clear his wave. Even now, watch him on the minimap, rotating up to the mid, might even hang out a bit longer. Chicken, though, kind of onto it. It seems like both teams want to make a big fight happen for this next turtle.
Yeah, but it's no secret, right? BTK, we know they're a team that kind of thrives on being able to take these turtles. Usually when they are not able to get these objectives, their success rate drastically drops. So hopefully for the second turtle, they can find a way in, especially with Zane running on this Roger and how he's easily able to overpressure teams with the Lycan Pounce.
Yeah, but we've talked about it. You really need to lean into that early game on a Roger. When Roger starts falling behind, you're going to have.
We're all here to see who will be the winner. Same.
When you have when you come to that late game. But ladies and gentlemen, a new record. If you guys
1
did not
billion
know,
hours watched.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League recently became the first esports event series to reach 1 billion hours of watch time. That
And they collapsed down on this.
I don't even know what that number means, honestly. It's a lot. That's what I know. It's like the money that Eslon has, or you know his name, Elon Musk has. It's a lot. It's confusing.
Question about the M6 tournament? I don't know too much. Your hands are sweating, Ritz?
When is this YSS really going to happen private?
Yeah, and that's the big thing for me right now. I'm not seeing where Yusun Shin is really kind of coming into play, where I'm just like, that was a great pick. I'm starting to see the genius of that pick. Not just yet, but right now, getting into a turtle fight.
Yeah, nice. Demonic Force dropping down from NACT. Frederick Glacier stopping him in his tracks. Mobazane able to get the turtle to even out the objectives.
might be dead.
Maybe able to get some kills as well, the way the Dragon's set up. Possibly leading to a kill. NACT very low, but still gonna go in.
Boys, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Full world finding Zia.
That was great.
Shark on his way out.
That's obvious, bro. And we took mid. Holy, and bot. Damn.
Yeah, and right now,
what macro, bro?
Down the great macro from Cloud9.
That was. That's what happens when you get a world 4 number best, boy.
Ooh, needing to get out of there very low.
Oh, low. They got to reset.
It is going to be reset, so I guess effectively he didn't really lose anything from that engagement.
I definitely didn't lose anything from the engagement. Turtle back up in 70 seconds. But the thing
almost a second tier tower.
The whole world comes in with that beautiful
top mid
disrupt everything.
And bot
buys Nats enough time
and got a
to
pick.
Get those demonic forces off. So Cloud9 is doing so far a good job at
no, those are second tier.
They are starting to take away with this lead. More towers are dropping. BTK now on the back foot. And earlier we were talking about Z on the YSS private. I think knowing it's a YSS, it's definitely going to take some time, right? Until he's really outputting that damage. But the big thing he has to worry about is the demonic force. He's got to worry about the frigid glacier. There's just a lot of things that
if anything happens to Mobazane, like
to really make it possible.
It was GG's, yeah.
Yeah, and the fact
the jungle has to
juggle in melee range, into marksman range, into melee range.
Has shown supremacy.
Get the most damage and output out of it.
Onyx PH won their spot in M6 now. If Onyx ID wins the spot for IG M6, who goes to?
Contend with Mark Cutie,
I think both go.
Among all the rest of Aurora's kit there, Nat's able to kind of slam down, and then of course
it doesn't matter if they have the same name. They're different names at the end of the day.
So with
they're in
that,
different
we have
regions.
to wonder when he does get those items, when he does become dangerous, will it be able to make a difference?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be.
It's the same thing. Like the female team could have.
DSS and the golden staff.
Right oh my God!
Mid-river possibly on the way.
Had to force out the flicker by Hoon. Great play.
We just saw the Mount Shocker come into play, so it's. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of possibilities.
Great control.
Such a job is zoning right now.
Good macro.
A big burden for Shark.
Zane's dead. Has to be dead.
A good evasive maneuver from BTK, but Mark Cutie will find Mobazane. Glorious pathway possibly on the way out right now.
Boys.
On the offensive pressure.
Stay focused.
The early game.
I want to say what a perfect.
Come on, Cold World. No showboating.
Forced Mobazane to roll backwards into Cloud9.
Perfect gameplay, boys. Perfect gameplay.
You saw Hoon was able to dash out of the way, but Mobazane had to roll backwards right into Cloud9's hands, and they scoop up the kill.
We got 4 people in my streaming room right now.
Camera, and it might be time for Hoon to sit up. My guy's comfortable right now under the blanket. It might be time to sit up, bro. I promise you, by game 2, game 3, this man's gonna be on the edge.
I wonder how their ping is in that Airbnb.
It's about 4K behind.
Yeah, they're at an Airbnb.
Down. Mark Cutie, I don't think has missed a single frigid glacier at this point. Always catching somebody and making it count.
You know what's funny though? I feel like this time around though, Shark is actually in the same room as them and not playing on his lonesome. So that could be the difference they can lean in on, as you are now seeing Zia able to take the turret on the top side for BTK.
They did have flicker, but they didn't go for it.
And so we do have a little bit of the
reason to
coming out there, still starting to affirm and amass a decent size.
I have no idea what happened to the NACT and why no finals.
The items. I want to focus on the junglers right now. They've both taken some deaths. Mobazane has taken 2, and I think we're starting to feel it a little bit, right? He's almost 2,000. He's 1.7K behind best player right now. He's about 2 levels.
Discipline, boys. Discipline.
Real good on best player, which means BTK is kind of in this point where they are forced to wait a little bit. Mobazane's got the War Axe in, he's got Windtalker in, but taking a look at the side of best player, we're talking Endless Battle, Malefic Roar, just to
I don't know. I get it was just a giant budget cut on the NACT.
Not to mention the Hunter Strike as well for a little bit of passive speed boost to help with these engages and disengages. C9 has hit their power spike nice and early. BTK still trying to get there.
Yeah, and I gotta see what is Zia's power spike, because he has the Aegis, he's on the
Is there 3 casters right now?
Coming to play.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I want to say, man, it just takes.
I was like, where did Wheezy come from?
When I look at YSS, I'm thinking you need to get fed fast. That's how a lot of those jungle-ish marksmen.
I don't see how YSS can do anything.
I want to get fed fast.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Kind of use that lead to the biggest possibility. Here, you're kind of slow.
Yeah, but all 3?
YSS.
I mean, it's going to be tiring for them all.
Focus on this Lord.
I mean, Zia, right, I think he went a little greedy maybe with the first
Mom's always told me not to gamble.
I'm not saying it's the
Hey, at least it's like free money, you know?
This time to get a second and third item.
They're going to engage the moment someone goes by.
Getting those crits, you want to try to capitalize on that passive and get in and out. And I'm not saying
they're there.
YSS is unfathomable, because it's not like he's doing bad on it. He's 0, 1, and 0. But yeah, it's going to be a while until that damage really starts to get there. We're talking 13, 14, maybe even 15 minutes for the side of BTK.
And Mountain Shocker is going to drop down. Both sides fight it out for this Lord.
Nice.
With the retribution.
They can punish, boys. Punish them, punish them. Yes.
Best player taking down Fried Chicken.
Let's get out of there. Yeah, what are you?
Someone looking for smoke.
He's ready to fucking get that shit. Ooh, nice.
Best player finding Mobazane. A 3-to-1 trade in a Lord to Cloud9.
Yeah,
I thought you were rubbing your nipples.
Avatar Guardians have been hitting the mark. Now, and why I say
that's a good luck charm.
Actually hitting the players, but they've been separating the players so that they can get those kills. They can get Mobazane spread out and away from his team.
You want to talk about hitting players?
Let's get a thumbs up in the chat.
Players, but a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Down goes Marcuti.
Oh,
went in as well.
he lived?
Very low, Chicken.
Oh no, he died.
Take him down. Zia will find Marcuti. Basic will find.
Yeah, I mean, they take top tower.
Was it worth it for that dude to die for?
Cloud9 opened up the base.
It's fried chicken, so
on the bot side,
not really. They're gonna lose two towers, yeah. At mid's the hardest to take down right now.
Up at the top.
It's for good luck.
2 high grounds down on each side. Just one.
I wanted to say something, but I'm not gonna say it.
A firm grasp on the map control is what Cloud9 has.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibitors down, and they're both on off lane, so it doesn't matter what side of the pits, the river that the Lord spawns up on, Cloud9 has an advantage. Back to the items, though. Zia did finally get the Endless Battle in. Looks like next could be a Malefic Roar for some penetration, but at this point,
yeah, we watched a lot of the MPLs.
I mean, best player is just
you pretty much watch MPLs every night.
We're not even talking about late game potential with basic. We're not even talking about Marcuti, who's been
YSS can't be a vital.
Beautiful AOGs.
Are they thinking because he gives vision, that's why he's good? Like, are they suspecting like if they get more vision on where we're at, like we can't macro them?
BTK came into this game.
That's the only thing I can think of, chat. You know?
Maybe trying something, and I'm still wondering when that's going to pay off.
And you know what's interesting? It's not like they have the easiest composition to get to a backline marksman, but the AOGs from Cold World have been crucial to setting up those opportunities for Cloud9.
They want Shark to come into that mid
I'm kind of
push.
waiting to, especially while they're on the back foot, it really kind of inhibits their ability to do a lot. Shark can't get in there, which is where you want to be with this Cho pick, to kind of get in there, isolate.
It's good to see the boys disciplined, chat.
Down. Right now, you're
this is a good ass
so that
aim.
burst is not going to come without its penalties, because you're going to have Cloud9 closing in on you as well.
Hopefully they can fight for these purples, try to get a little bit more farm. But you talked about Shark not being able to go in, and I think in the early we saw him go in, right? But now with Nats just able to stiff arm him, with the rest of the team able to stop him in his tracks, it doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an upscale battle right now with Cloud9 in the lead with the gold and the objectives. Illuminous Lord does spawn in. Now the chase on the Shark. I'm wondering if they're going to fully commit. No, they're going to let him go. They're going to focus on this objective. You're already seeing best player in position.
I mean, and he's looking for the angles. He's trying to get them, but he's just not able to find them.
And right now we're going to go ahead and start on the Lord.
Ooh, Basic will be able to secure that.
What the? Dude, what was Chicken doing?
Chicken On top of that, a 2
What was he?
trade for their
He's the
side.
horse. Chicken is this guy.
At this point, one of them
What
can't
up,
go down and
buddy?
check Bush. Like, one of them can't just be alone. And they're kind of approaching the
One game at a time, boys.
I mean, I was gonna say, we don't
Hell yeah, Mark. My nigga go crazy.
What it be?
Yo, Knox was going ballistic, bro.
Dude. One game at a time, boy. One game at a time.
we're pushing the last high.
It's all best of ones. All best of ones, baby. Always best of ones.
Do not tune in here if you do not want to see the finale.
Now you are seeing the Luminous Lord in the base of Bloodthirsty Kings at about 40.
Will not be surprised.
The inhibitor will fall.
I'm sorry, the boys like storming the room, man. It's a ritual. It's
You know what it be?
you know what it be. You know what it be. When the boys come in, they're hot, man. I gotta keep the vibes up and gotta keep them going, chat.
Very dominating game one for the side of Cloud9. Both teams right at the beginning doing
I'm sorry if it's spoilers.
Pace, but as the game
I mean,
continued,
it was only like
Cloud9
a minute
really showing
difference.
that-
Yeah, I mean, just overall doing Cloud9 things right now.
It looked over. It was over for 10 minutes.
Dude, the boys love coming in, man. They're like,
It is
man.
hard to break, and
I
feel
tell you
BTK
that-
tried to bring this early game aggressiveness with the Cho, and the Cho's a great.
We're like
pick
a
right now.
family,
Works
man. Like, you know what it
very
be?
well. But if the rest of the team isn't able to pop off,
Like the-
it doesn't
like-
matter if you get that 1 minute kill.
I don't
or
think
that
there's anybody
2 minute
that could
kill,
be
right?
that could replace anybody on this team.
Risky for me, like we say, the
Like
draft
even with Knots coming in and then Carlos coming in, like,
to pull out the YSS and not get
and
into the
they
jungle,
just
and
they
to
feel all
flex the
natural,
board.
man.
That's
They
something
feel solid.
At least something I haven't seen possibly ever. And I think it's just such
Boy,
a
chicken,
gamble,
dude.
especially for a
Boy,
debut
I don't-
one in
Throwing.
the grand finals.
Hey, act well.
He was Rome? What the fuck? Why does he got Rome boots?
Great draft for them, the priority onto the Phoveus, and I want to say I understood some of the picks there. You get some vision from that Mountain Shocker. You have the Cho out there to try to get the best player, but when it came to the
Can you use your influence to tell the spectators to use higher ultra graphics?
Certain
More, let's get it.
Is it possible for them to use higher graphics in the lobby?
reaching outside of
By-
it, especially
or telling me that like in game. Let me view.
have been one of the most impressive.
The same, both sides able to secure a kill. Glorious pathway through the mid river is.
I think the graphics in game are low, or maybe medium.
At that tier 3 turret.
No. This is like in the lobby.
Strike out.
I don't
in that
know.
Gold lane until late.
I see what you're saying.
I feel like
They use Nighthorde
Go ahead.
picks on
I feel
BTK.
like now after looking
Win.
at the
Hold on, let me.
For you, and you have the Cho.
Oh my God.
Try to get
They use Nighthorde photos on BTK,
I horse photos for BTK. That's hella funny.
and then they use BTK on Cloud9.
Yo, Chad, that's hella funny.
What the fuck? What the hell?
That's hilarious.
Yo.
Hey, let him cook, Chad. Let him cook.
did.
Let him cook.
Let them cook.
My bad. We're gonna let private go.
well.
Yeah, 3 casters ain't it.
Oh no,
Three casters
they've never trio cast, but like they don't have the
No
experience.
synergy is there.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's no
Trio, yeah.
surprise too with the backing that
We need
Cloud9
two-
have. You've got Coach
Always
Midnight
one
back
guy's
there
doing
handling
stats
and,
and one
and
guy doing
showing.
And the other guy
to
is
this
like a
draft
color,
here.
like
And
just
right now,
adds
I want to say
flavor.
BTK,
But-
their ideas are
Yeah, no.
sound. It's just that. Yeah,
I don't think you can say
always
stuff like that
enhance it.
anymore.
Color?
I feel like
That's what he's there
a component of throwing that YSS.
I'm playing,
this
shut
early in the draft.
Yo,
I feel like
in the
it's-
BTK Discord, they're already saying advance congrats for winning the NACT.
That's crazy.
But I mean, it
That's
definitely
crazy.
showcases that BTK has some tricks up their sleeves, right? I mean, none of us expect.
All right, let me go back with the boys chat. You know, it's the ritual. I gotta do my thing.
Traditional meta.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
What he means by that is go cast
Cloud9 to take
it.
game 1.
And this is the first big play. This is that early laning phase aggression that you see from BTK where they do so well, but then immediately
Hey, leave the door
focusing
open, leave the
pays
door
the
open.
price for it. Nats with an early
that
rotation,
was-
and that's
I
where
guess not,
we
leave the
start
door.
to see the cracks start to form. Every time the Sharks
Door.
get a big kickoff, Mark Cutie and Nats are there to turn the fight around. And once Cloud9 started to get this lead, there was just no real answer. The aggressive comp that BTK brought was
Next
just
time,
falling off.
after the night.
Yeah, and I want to say when we talked about counters, I don't even feel like that just applies to the draft. It also applies to a lot of these engagements. I didn't see one time where Cloud9 got caught and they weren't able to turn it around on BTK. So they're able to counter even the kills that or the deaths that happen on their team with kills of their own. So they're always watching and always adjusting to that.
Yeah, we were making really good trades that whole match.
To be ready for.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, we were doing
like
a really nice game.
This match really worked in BTK's favor was for that second turtle play. But after that, it just seemed like more of a one-sided story. And I mean, that's just the difference of when you go for those unorthodox picks. It's hard to kind of regain that position of power. Now, this is a best of 7. This is definitely a lot of time for them to be able to turn this around. So we're going to have to see how they flex into draft number 2, right? What are they going to change here? Definitely, I would recommend maybe something a little bit more traditional in the gold lane.
I think, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, it is the debut game, but also it's the debut game. You know, it might have been the best time to try to throw Cloud9 off the hinges, see if something works. Is that a pick you want to pick in game 7? I don't know. Unless it's been tried, tested, and is true, you know, it may not be the best way to go. But they're starting things off, and it might be not so bad to start things off.
And it don't matter. Oh no, because
we got a little bit of
there is like a strong and weak card in this part. So it's not like
Cloud9 NACT.
Like Smite, where like it's
from MPLPH.
Because it's one side that starts better. Okay.
Favorite
it's
heroes,
like that
Arlott, Yuzong, and E.
On here it's pretty like a pretty noticeable.
Basic. A little respect there for
his
fellow
fragment.
Hobby is a cycling. Hometown is Abington. And the device he uses is an iPhone 14 Pro.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's been asking the question, how impactful has he been on Cloud9? And so far, he's been doing a great job. But speaking of impact, there goes Fried Chicken, the XP laner for the Bloodthirsty Kings. His favorite hero, surprisingly, is Hylos. I don't think I would have guessed that for Chicken.
Ireland or...
I could have guessed this one. His favorite player. He doesn't have, you know, he's just going to keep
I'll be not sure yet.
His hobby. That's interesting as well.
It's like
not
a game
sure yet. Maybe you guys can
right
give
there.
me a hobby to decide for next time. But yeah, that's Fried Chicken, XP laner, definitely one of the players that are the top of his caliber. I mean, he even mentioned in an interview, right, against
those are definitely
Cloud9, that Nats has been his biggest challenge this entire NACT.
Nats is a beast,
Fried Chicken is definitely
Nats
top of the pedestal and in the EXP lane for a while, right? Not a whole lot of players.
When Nats earning himself an extra
give him a big
what
problem.
Boy.
Even if it's not like they're getting kills on each other in the EXP lane, right now where I've been seeing Nats really do well is those rotations, making sure he's able to clear wave a little bit faster. And
yeah, they don't like
fight a few seconds before Chicken is, right? And
I don't know who's
those few seconds makes the difference. And whether that is a full team issue, whether it's a Chicken first Nats issue, I can't.
My guess is maybe they wanted to like pay all the cashers one last time
like
before.
We just mentioned Chicken has talked about
because they don't.
that
any of these dudes are going
probably the toughest person he's faced in that.
That's my reason, and maybe why.
About that, when give up picks like a Focus, like an Arlott on there, you're gonna be struggling.
I think all 3 of them on game film.
Like the 2 people cloned together.
But if one's just recording
those
stats,
picks on the other side, a Phoveus or an Arlott or any one of those ones that Nats plays so well, you're gonna have problems because you can't be as active as you want to in the XP lane. You have to hang back. You have to let them do their thing. And unfortunately, what that means is your team's gonna be wanting.
It looks like a retired college,
and the enemy is rotating faster than you.
Yeah, this time around, BTK has first pick in the draft. So, I mean, Phoveus is technically still on the table. Do they use the same tool in their own playing book and secure that?
I like the good top ban, right? Because they leave the Phoveus open, but they do ban out another powerhouse
every day.
And with the Suyo banned out, here's the real question.
He used to be a potato.
Do they focus that Phoveus and give up
like he was like potato guy?
Or do they just put Mobazane in a safety spot? I think the Phoveus is definitely the better pick, and luckily both of those heroes are still open. They go for the Jushin as the steal from Marcuti, which again, the Jushin is definitely a good pick. It is solid. It has come back into the meta a bit from, you know, MSC, post-MSC kind of fell off. It is definitely a little bit back and works well. We just haven't seen BTK make it work extremely well.
Yeah, because you kind of sacrifice a little bit of clear speed.
BTK about to get clapped.
You really have a ton of damage, which means you're going to have to supplement that with the rest of your composition here. And with that, you kind of give up 2 picks to the side of Cloud9. You see already the Julian picked up there and the Cho. So Phoveus is still on the board, which is very interesting to me, is that you get the prio in the last game. Here, they're kind of leaning back. They're going to put that Cho, and we've already seen how good that Cold World can be on that Cho, especially when it comes to getting to Zane, isolating him during those objective fights.
And the Nolan and the Phoveus are still up. They're not going to go in. Oh, wait. Okay, so this should be high-low. Could possibly just be in the XP lane again. And we saw Chicken run that last time.
Chicken want that dude again?
Maybe he's comfortable on it, right? Maybe he's just
Chicken throwing, bro. Chicken's a pay actor.
Cloud9 to pick up that Phoveus again as he feels that's the official counter for it. There goes the Roger pickup as well. This is definitely a little interesting, right? I would have expected maybe the Nolan to be picked up here, but no, it's not going to be slotted up. Now, this still can be Roger flexed into the goal lane. I mean, now it's definitely up in question with what's going to be ran here. But is it worth the trade, right? You're giving the Julian, you're giving the Aurora again, and then on top of that, the Cho. We're seeing some heavy crowd right now from the side of Cloud9.
Oh, unless they target banning him.
For BTK.
And I mean, Cloud9 here, they're not worried about it. It's very similar to draft last time, and they just slot in the Aurora again, which, as we saw last time, beautiful counter to the Roger, beautiful counter to the Hylos, beautiful counter.
That's all they can do.
Pretty much a lot of the type of strategy that BTK wants to bring, right? It is the answer to the compositions that BTK most, I mean, 90% of the time, it's that same type of composition, that heavy grouped up dive composition. And this is what we talk about. You know, BTK has to maybe break some boundaries here. They still need a roamer. They still need a gold laner. Hopefully they put a little bit of range on the backside. C9 on their bans, taking out the Harith. Claude ban for BTK, so limiting down onto basic.
I don't know. That character was nasty.
Well, when it comes to some range, which is the big problem that we had from the last game. You had the Aurora up front, so everybody who was trying to rush that middle to really get those ganks on the Cloud9, they were running into just a heck of a lot of CC coming out from Cloud9. So there, I'm wondering, are we going to have something that can dive into that backline, maybe even be able to put out, take out Mark Cutie, to be able to take out Basic before they become a problem during these objectives.
That's what their camera is.
That's what we're gonna kind of
their camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is that what you?
The Roger.
Yeah.
You got
I have the last edition.
There are like certain.
I got the Osmo 3 creator.
Amounts of criteria.
It's nice
to fit in during a match to be successful.
People were like reselling it for like $1,000. I think I got it for like
to carry it on into the mid and late game. Sometimes I wonder if maybe there are some potentially better pickups to go with.
Yeah,
I thought about it.
Figure that out.
I tried to find someone that was like selling it
pick up. You know, I would have thought maybe
like on the marketplace,
would have
but I couldn't find anybody.
You're agreeing, but right? I feel like the Ruby had some great CC to top that off.
Who got canceled?
Yeah, a little interesting. Gonna put the Edith out there as well. The 1-1 coming to effect.
Now,
sleep. Let's just talk about the 1-1, right? You have to hit those weakness points in order to get that crossbow of Tang. You're going against the Cho with the single target CC. You're running up against a Aurora with the Frigid Glacier for the group CC as well.
I bring my
Julian,
up in here.
Heroes I can definitely a little tricky, and not to mention the Raphael on top of that.
Is that water bottle full?
Pretty much enhance everybody running.
Seems
around
like it might have been hard to move.
So, is a couple of requirements that have to be secured from Zia in order to pull that off. The one selected.
Oh, damn.
ACT, we haven't really seen it be as impactful with those crossbow tanks, but hopefully we can get that.
Oh, good.
If anybody can do it, it's definitely Zia playing this NACT.
This means Nats gets the Cho. They put the Cho into the EXP lane. It's going to be support mid, essentially. But with Cho in this EXP lane, it just
chat, let's go.
favors into his proactive
Guys, hype for this
style,
shit?
right? It really fits into Nats, the way he wants to move around the map, and the way, I mean, last time he was on Phoveus and he was getting the out rotation. This time he's on the Cho, which is going to move even more.
So why, what the boys told me is that Hoon lays down when he's nervous.
I like the 1-1. I think at least if they picked up the Ruby goal,
they said that like every time like every time in every grand finals apparently, yeah, like he's trying to like be in his zen zone.
Yeah. BTK needs for success in game 2 of the Grand Finals.
All right, we are seeing Zane
like his
on
hands are probably
Roger
in the wrong.
again. We thought he would have ran the YSS.
You probably couldn't move your fingers as fast.
That Roger, and it looks like it's something he's comfortable on. I mean, this is 2 times in a row, so we'll have to kind of spot it out and see how effective it'll be for him.
You know where that raft's going to be super crucial? It's going to help dance around this landing flare, man. It's going to be a beautiful counter.
I didn't tell him. I told them about BTK.
Get out of distance, give him that speed up, to whereas Hoon wants to kind of push you to the other side of the river.
BTK spies.
Move around and find those angles that they need.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that Hoon's kind of getting a little bit outranged already at the mid lane with both of them kind of putting on that pressure. Right now, Fried Chicken getting
Sharks on Hylos?
And I do like that the Hylos is going to be as the roam.
I'm
do
so
like Chicken on
confused.
something a little bit more mobile, something that can probably join the fights a little bit faster.
I felt like an
so he's not
Edith would be
constantly
way
kind of,
better.
stuck behind waiting for Nats to do what he needs to do.
But I guess
before
if
he's
you
okay.
need the damage,
Yeah, and I
maybe
feel
they
like
wanted
Edith
to
is a
go
comfort
damage
pick
instead.
for Fried Chicken as well.
Oh,
And
no.
he's been very effective on it. This NACT and also prior NACT.
Maybe because
I'm in agreement.
yeah,
Shark running on this Hylos, it'll boost the
fucking mind
mobility
fucked right
that
now.
BTK has for these
Like Shark's not gonna be able to do anything, bro. Like look at this. Oh my god, he's healing so much.
Mark Cutie
The chicken.
will take him down, but the displacement.
That's a
on the
stool
Mark
in
Cutie
there,
right
bro.
by Hoon on the Zoo
Dude,
ship
that dude,
will take him down.
he's got balls of steel.
That's a savage.
Rotates, gets the kick
That
up,
boy said I
makes the
had a
play
cow
happen.
today.
I mean, it's definitely huge, and now we're already one
I
down,
know.
and Cloud9
Like
in control of
that's what
Turtle
you
and
see. Like look at him, he's in there.
Yeah, and now you can
He
see
got
BTK
Zane.
coming, Chuck with the
Holy
kick.
shit, what a pickoff, bro.
Zane Cold World will be the
Look at
one
he's still
to
going.
Get that kill. Shark immobilized.
Ooh, ooh, get out of there, boys. You're crazy.
All right, you don't want
You're
the game
crazy.
spoiled.
Ooh.
Now
right.
on the way, trying to defuse their fallen members. One
Let's get out of there.
May be able to get some bodies.
Get him out of there.
Chicken will force out that Pride of
Ooh.
Not
Fusion
able to delay
mid
that
is
death, so
tough.
Cutie will fall.
And already we're starting to see
A little bit of a tough trade there, but I think they kind of
maybe not part of the fight. That was not able
kinda
to
delayed
protect Zane,
BTK
but
a
at
lot.
that point, able to help Fried Chicken get some of that CC.
They
out there,
overstayed
let Fried
because
Chicken
they
at least start
couldn't
to
get
answer
out.
back with some kills, with some damage.
They popped
their
all of
own.
Mar's shit too.
Yeah, so with BTK now getting some kills onto the board, kind of
So
back
they-
into the game.
they
I think
now
Shark
need to
needs
wait
kinda
to
stick with
engage.
Hoon a bit more. Hoon can't be sitting in the mid by himself. He is getting outranged by Mark Cutie a bit. Mark Cutie is able to clear these waves
That is the
faster.
only
And
skin
know
I
that
don't
Shark
have for
wants
the-
to rotate
the
away
KOFs.
and help with these off lanes. But I just
no, it's like a
don't know if
limited
that's gonna
time
be the
event.
big
It'll come back
workout.
at some
Cold
point,
World,
but
always on tabs, always a
there's
little
just
bit
6 skins and it's like 2,000 diamonds per pool.
Trying to
Yeah.
possibly zone out on the top
Like
side.
$10 a pool. Yeah.
Now there is a
You're spending like $100 just for that
Right, they
skin.
have
great.
this,
You
carry, and we know
can
it's a
get
late
lucky,
game
though.
shredder, And BTK, if they can
It's
find
the
a
only
way
skin
to
I
get
wanted,
the early
too.
kill in
Really?
the side lane, it
That's
can
a-
delay
And I've gotten
getting
every
that
other
bomb
skin.
explode,
You talking about the
essentially
ice
give
chick?
them the upper
Yeah,
advantage.
yeah, yeah.
Skating around.
Yeah, but on the
She's-
other
she's
side,
one of my
you have
favorite
Zeke.
heroes,
I don't want
too.
to say Wanwan is a good comfort pick with him. He hasn't had the greatest success
Honestly.
against Cloud9 when it comes to this pickup, but I'm very eager to see how it shapes
Fucking
up
broke
into this
Dicken's
late game
ankles.
to potentially be able to kind of shred down some of these picks from them. Right now, both teams being very respectable. Next turtle is up.
Yeah, White Chicken makes his rotations up, actually a little bit ahead of Nats.
Ooh, almost
They wanna
got
fight for this
him.
one.
I don't know. It looks like he's going to disengage. He didn't have anybody there if he had to set up for
Oh,
him.
nice,
Dragon,
nice,
best
nice.
player, able to get the
You guys put in more effort than Hoon. Dude, I make sure all of my dudes are sitting at that table, bro. Like, they all have their jerseys on, and they are all locked in and sitting at that table. I'm not... Dude, I have a whole ass couch. They're not sitting on the couch. I even sacrificed my Secret Labs chair. Like, Mar's sitting in my Secret Labs chair, but they're sitting at that table.
They weren't able to answer or reply with anything.
Yeah, I'm in a wooden chair right now. Look at
Now
this.
With, I mean, last turtle comes up in about 86 seconds.
But they have to have
Cloud9
discipline.
starting
We got a
to
gym
skate
bench in
here,
here.
starting
Yeah, we got a
to
gym
more
bench in
and
here.
more ahead. What is
Ian's the only one in a chair, but that chair's like
We
bricks.
third world
I do
gaming,
agree
baby.
with
Third
Zia.
world. Yeah, they didn't even want that chair. Didn't
No.
they?
Definitely has some options.
They said I'll sit on wood.
So do we think they're just kind of waiting it out at this point?
Wood's
Waiting for a
kinda
moment,
comfy
waiting
once
for
you
that
get your
spike where
juices
Zia
in
can
it.
get involved in
What?
those fights.
You got the 1v1 matchup
Whoa.
outside Zia up against
Whoa.
Nats right
Whoa.
there. Doing a great job of keeping that distance and not allowing those weakness points to be procced over there by Zia. Right now, you looked at an XP lane and a marksman lane swap up for the silence.
Yeah, and you saw there a little bit Hoon trying to check that bush there.
Or maybe not. No, he lives, but
fried chicken.
they need to get out.
They're gonna start
I think
pressing.
they
on
can
this
get
top
the
tower.
turret though.
Ooh, big knockup though. Gonna go
Get out, boys, get out.
Glorious pathway to drop down for the mobility. The counter
Oh,
from
fuck,
the BTK.
no.
It's not with the turret, but gains a
It's that
kill.
damn mage, bro.
All right, so at this point, BTK able to put, I mean, still holding on, still protecting towers. Cloud9 get the last turtle, or last turtle's about to come up. They have good zonage over it, but Mobizane's there, right? And Mobizane's ready to go, but Nat's just bullying.
Dude,
Yeah,
nuts.
Mobizane's definitely there, but I don't know how long he'll be there.
Dude, Knots is a bully.
Yeah, and this unfortunate for Zane. This is what we were talking about when it came to synergy.
Dude, I'm stacking a
He's
planner.
out there on his own, doesn't have vision on the rest of the team
Hey.
or his opponent.
I'm making sure my boys are sitting in a chair, man. If they want a nice, comfy chair, they're getting a nice, comfy
With
chair.
that, like, finally, the last turtle goes over to Cloud9. Mobizane, 2 deaths. Wondering what the items are looking at between him and Best Player. Best Player has taken a death, but still a little bit ahead. I mean, at this point, 10, 11, 2 levels ahead. Retri starting to escape. He's definitely got a lead in the gold. In terms of gold lane, though, Zia is keeping up. Scythe comes in. DHS just comes in. 2 items to 2 items against Basic. So there is still this
They shut
hope.
down Zia, or not Zia,
Worry
but
that
Chicken.
maybe they
That's
were
going to
put
be
a fighter offline
easy.
onto him and make
I think
it so
that's
the
what
only
they
damage dealer
attempted
was
to
Zane.
do, but
could be very
that
important
flicker
they
and then
did,
the
right?
Hylos
fact
was
that
actually
Zia
pretty clutch
has
there.
kinda gone freely and had a decent gold lane experience.
Raph kinda
Could
gets
definitely
caught
be a
off
big
guard.
saving grace for BTK as we move into the mid and late game.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing an even map trade-off when it comes to turrets, right? 1 for 1 on the side lanes. We know both teams are going to start to try and focus in.
They're gonna
on this
clash
mid
here?
push to take the tier 3 turret. You're really looking at a full
They are.
5v5 on the way. Glorious pathway dropping down. Basic able to find Shark with the speedy light wheels. Cold War trying to keep him alive.
Nice.
You can see Basic.
Nice,
as well.
nice.
Find Moba Zane, best player taking down Chicken.
Well,
Three
not
for
the
one.
2v1 knots in the back.
Goes to
You
try to
beating
ice.
their ass.
Even the crossbow Tang able to be procced by Zia, but will not find any members of Cloud9.
Dude, that was a crazy wait by
Man,
Zia
and
right there. They get mid here. They get mid, yeah.
Even with this coming
Dude,
online,
Knots.
Zia not able to do
What is
enough
this
damage.
guy
You saw the
built
passive
with?
come out from Mark Cutie.
This dude literally.
Even as patient as Zia was, waiting for that to proc, came out, threw out the crossbow tank, but still not able at a point now to do the damage he needs to Cloud9.
I mean, I think the
And they shut down Chicken, bro?
A very clutch pick, right? It's a lot of damage on the Shark, though.
Nice.
Nas
That
able
is
to take him
bad.
down.
All best of
Yeah,
ones,
definitely,
baby. All best of ones.
At this point, it's definitely, I mean, we have speed on Cloud9. They're able to move around as a 3-4, you know, keep one person in the off lane. Nat's just hanging out up in the top side. But this unit, this Mark Cutie Basic and Cold World, is a death unit. And if Basic gets, I mean, if Best Player gets involved as well, we're talking even more damage. One Holy Baptism is
They're
a
gonna
body
get
bag
Lord.
at this point.
Yeah, and right now
Couldn't
we're
even-
starting to get a little bit of a split push now. We're on the back foot, but Zia's still doing great things, trying to get the at least create
Yeah,
some
they did.
pressure up at the top.
I mean, that's
right
all
now, the
they can
gold
do
lead,
it.
though, starting to surmount on the side of Cloud9.
The boys just have to take
Yeah,
their
able to take that
time.
lure
It just.
alongside.
Dude, Knots is like, what's up, bro?
He knows he's there.
Hey, on the
He knows
defense.
he's there. He's gonna hit his
This
ass.
gets locked in for Zia. Best Player on the other
Here he
hand,
goes.
looking for Crystal here, looking for his
He opted to not go for it. He baited. Zane was trying to bait it.
Zia still
Like, they're gonna
keeping
go
up.
into mid.
He's falling back behind about 600 gold on the side of this Roger though. Over Zane. I mean, it's looking similar.
'cause that's
to
all he
last
can
game.
do.
We're at almost 10 minutes, and it's
They're
just
also probably
Lorax
giving him
and
all the
Wind
hit.
Talker, and it's gonna take. I mean, I don't even know if the damage is gonna get there where he's actually gonna be an important member of output for the side of BTK. So a lot of it's gonna come down to Zia, and if he can make those items really count.
Yeah, and then kind of get into.
You really
like,
wanna
the
get,
kind of CC you're looking for. You need Zia to put the damage on. You're gonna need the CC from Hoon.
Nice,
maybe
good-
Shark
good
to kinda
passive
get
proc,
in
good
there,
passive
puts,
proc.
A little bit of a stun on.
Still got Lord,
somebody.
still got
But
Lord.
With that, you're talking about
Clean
how
up, good
quickly
clean up,
right
mop
now
up the
Cloud9
towers.
is able to burst
Objective
down
base,
the
boys.
You saw a Shark face check.
There ain't
a
nothing
bush
about stats here. There ain't nothing about
immediately,
stats.
like,
Take
90%
towers
of
to get
health gone in
dubs.
an instant.
Yeah, Speedy Light Wheel hurts.
I don't understand the Roger pick
It
neither.
definitely does, and we didn't really get to see the Zushin really have a heavy impact. I mean, it was picked up first in the draft over some other options that we thought would have kind of been picked up before. Like Mobius. And
they had to give up the Lord, though. They could not contest it. They're losing team fights.
Into the mid game.
Is this the championship? This is the grand finals, yeah.
All right, so BTK, what's the plan here?
Roger
They're
pick
falling behind. I think they do keep using Zia.
Well, but
maybe next time
we left open
shred down some of those towers.
Shark
Continue
Boy.
to alleviate the pressure. He's going to be the fastest one to come to these fights.
I don't know.
But they're definitely going to need all 5 members.
I thought he was going to pull out that YSS. I was like,
they need all 5 members.
I think someone's trolling on their draft.
They need to get White Chicken a little bit tankier. Needs to get
he's dead.
tankier. But since Basic is already online and that's true
good
damage
patience,
to the
good
kit,
patience.
I mean, it
Lord
doesn't even really
45.
matter about the tankiness.
Yeah, and I mean, you're starting to look at a point of no return where the lead is going to start being so insurmountable that you're only looking for pickups. Right now, I mean, there still are some team fights that can be favorable for them if they do have the target focus, but I mean, Cloud9, we've talked about it before. Every single time they get caught, there's a reply. They're able to answer back with kills of their own.
And you know, BTK, their team, even when behind, they play like they're ahead. And you see them already overextending past that mid-river, looking for a little bit of an isolation play to get a pick off on Cloud9. But Cloud9, they know to kind of look out for these things, and you can see their positioning right.
Gotta watch out for the Wan on the top.
Alive.
I love the way the Nats is essentially kind of playing like a sub roam at this point. Him and Marcuti are sticking together more, whereas Cold World and Basic are sticking together with big damage.
Jesus
Marcuti able to find Shark. One member falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Maybe another. Very low cross.
Good out.
But still not going to hit the mark. The Holy Healing out.
Oh, wait, they lose Lord. Damn, they burnt that shit.
Allows Mobazane the time he needs to be able to get that first objective, or to get that first Lord. And while they might not be able to get a great push off of this, I want to say it offers at least a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, good fight for BTK there. They get him low enough health to where they don't want to engage onto the Lord, and Mobazane just rushes it. So the comms are there, and like you said, breathing room is key at this point, because as we just saw, Zia gets the crossbow of Tang off, but it's still getting outscaled by the healing right now. It's still getting outscaled by the composition that Cloud9 has. So maybe another 2 minutes till they really pop off, or enough crowd control lands from Shark and White Chicken.
Yeah, but right now, BTK in a position to push with this Luminous Lord on the top side.
Yeah, and it's going to be coming in. You can see all the damage. Looking for a fight is BTK.
Yeah, and a fight they will have as the Lord quickly getting bursted down. Cloud9 on the defense, able to prevail, and now shifting focus to the mid lane. They will not be able to stop them from taking that tier 3 turret, but now BTK finding their composure.
Zia getting more confident on the Wan as well, dancing around. Nats also being more careful.
Damn.
He's not forcing any big way to dragon kicks. He knows this is getting more and more dangerous as the game prevails. But Basic being able to shred down the Lord from that also gives Cloud9 a lot of room to breathe.
Ooh, big pop-up.
Yeah, and the Glorious Pathway dropping down. Best player able to take down Chicken. Did
they got
BTK
it.
overstay
Hey,
their
Basic's like fucking hitting like a truck right now.
Best player.
Oh, lazy, it gets out of there.
Safety in 1-for-1 trade.
Zia just like, I'm just going to squeeze through here, finds himself a kill, and ekes himself out from the entirety of Cloud9 team.
And literally right after that, he gets a Malefic Roar as well, which is going to be very helpful in dealing with, you know, some of these tankier heroes on the side of Cloud9. So maybe that time has finally come. He's got Wind of Nature in too to give him even more sustainability. And I think that's why we're seeing him get, you know, get a little bit more aggressive on the Wan. He's willing to dance through the ranks and kind of jump in and out. And we've been waiting to see that big moment from Zia, I feel like, from the start of this season.
Do you have Immortality? Is that? No, we didn't
really
pop it.
Pop off. And if there's a game where it couldn't matter most for him to do that, it is definitely this one.
Yeah, and with this game, we should be able to see possibly a full 5v5, especially with both teams down to their inhibitors. Ness using the G Condone, doing a great job of kind of playing some recon, right? Spotting out where the members of BTK are, and also trying to hope to
It's
waste
the
some
nail
utility.
biter.
Yeah, I mean, Trex was talking about it. He's basically a baby roam right now. He's just all over the map, all over all of these bushes, getting the vision, able to maybe even waste out some of these abilities. But now we're not in the right position just yet for this Lord, as you see BTK scrambling.
Yeah.
Yeah, scrambling, and the opportunity may become available. Best player taking the Lord for Cloud9 and able to wrap back around to the base. Look at the positioning, though, from Mass. A little out of position, but he has the mobility, the G-Kondo, and the flicker play to expand the distance back to safety.
He is smart there. He doesn't go for the bait, man. He's like, I'm not chasing this down. Lord's coming. Let's play it safe. Back to the basics. But Cold World with the Holy Baptism
is going to come out. A little bit of a stun. And knock up from the G-Kondo. Basic finding Mobazane. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Both sides fighting it out. The displacement. Pride of Ice forced out. Best player will fall. Shark able to get the kill. Chicken forced to use that flicker in the mid lane. One minute
go down
for both sides.
Oh, what and this is it. How close Cloud9 is coming.
Is this pre-recorded?
So low, but BTK not in a position to really chase them, especially with the Luminous Lord coming down at the bottom.
I mean, Cold World just channeling his inner Rennie J right now.
This is a tough game, I ain't gonna lie.
Right now. But even, I mean, that Glorious Pathway is coming in clutch. BTK definitely not out just yet.
Right now, Cloud9 dealing with some punishing blows with the setup. Basic able to take down Shark. Nas will fall. Hoon able to secure that kill. A 1-for-2 trade so far, and now BTK may be able to turn the odds back in their favor.
Yeah, and Zia doing such a
kill
great
Zia,
job right now.
GGs.
He is that clutch in the late game that they have been looking for, but right now, I want to say Shark, they have been finding his number basically all game, able to find him, face checking, able to burst him down. That speedy light wheel is just...
What's that AAO championship?
And that's the thing with the highlights,
chat,
though. It's
let's
kind of
go.
your job, right? You just go in, you stand in the middle of everybody.
Hey, make sure to hit that like and the subscribe, chat.
You do as much chip damage.
Just love, give us love.
Buy as much time that Zia needs.
Go C9.
To pop off, and Zia is starting to pop off. Zia's
Johnny Sins.
more, and Cloud9 is feeling it. They're having to back off a bit. What BTK needs next is get one of these inhibitors down, get another big Lord play.
Ooh, there goes Nas. Wasting the utility over there from BTK. They have all been spotted out.
Either one. This is a 5v1.
Possible counterplay. Hoon gonna face.
I don't think they want to make this play before the Lord, though.
Decision.
Yeah, and both teams kind of giving each other that distance. Right now, BTK in a prime position to set up for the next Lord. But, Shark's going to go ahead and face check that push there. They're looking for an opportunity to kind of find one of these fights, because I want to say these fights, they're even. They've come into their power spikes. Who's able to get the CC on there? They're just trying to set up Zia.
Nice.
Big kick.
Easy.
For the setup. Basic with the follow-through.
Let's go, baby.
Very low, him and Nats duking it out.
For the damage.
Both sides.
Best player.
In the mid-river, but the holy healing
Nice.
keeping Cloud9
Could be easy
alive.
Lord now.
Yeah, then the speed from it, the ability to disengage. Zia just can't catch up right
chat.
now.
I'm itching.
He's trying, he's looking.
In this game, boys. In this game.
Just gets out of range, and the big deadly thing.
Yo, Nikki, thanks for the
is that
subscribe,
wave
bro.
of dragon
Welcome to the channel.
paired up with the speedy light wheel. It is just
You're still here?
immediate burst. It is just immediate
Welcome,
death
welcome.
for anyone. Mobazane literally just walked in the winner crown right before that fight.
Get a kill here.
Couldn't even pop it.
kill.
That's how fast it happened.
Get a kill.
Yeah, and right now the pressure starting to mount for BTK. A Lord coming, and they
popped a lot of ults.
Mobazane having
they didn't. They only
rough
popped
time
one.
right now. 0 and 5, not really finding his mark, his usefulness with this Roger pick.
Yeah, we got to see how effective this will be on the push with the Luminous Lord on the bot side.
Yeah, Hoon doing a good job of zoning. The Zushin pick definitely helping a bit.
No, they're
Nats,
going for towers.
Big play. They gotta
They
watch
know they
out
get the
for
towers,
the
then
dome, and they gotta
they're
watch
able
out
to-
for that way of the dragon. Because if someone gets picked off at this point, it could be GG's.
Yeah, they make short work of the Lord. Just one more high ground.
Clear the
here.
jungle.
But
Clear the jungle.
The thing here is the pick-offs. They need to be able to be smarter, especially when you don't have all your players together. At that one point, Zia was out trying to clear the top lane. Mobazane got picked off there and taken out, especially when it comes to the setup for the Lord.
Ooh.
Ooh, speaking of setup, that's placement down to 50% HP. Holy healing still in effect, and BTK holding
Pressure,
on to that inhibitor
good pressure.
for the mid lane. Boys, we are officially 20 minutes in for game 2.
Game 2, 20 minutes in. Things are finally starting to, you know, amp up a bit, and we're only in the beginning of the night still. Now, BTK, they've been trying to get Nats so bad, man. It's like every time they stun him, they get the double lantern flare, they pull him back, but it's just not enough to get the kill just yet. And I'm wondering,
yeah, we played the game yesterday.
Is that the moment that BTK finally turns this completely into their hands? Once they're able to finally get that pick off like Cloud9 has been doing to them, is that the big answer for BTK?
Yeah, and you can see, I want to say a little bit of a recall coming out. They are going to have to answer that top lane push from Zia, and this might put BTK in a good position. They still aren't in position for the Lord, but
I love my boys. I love my boys.
Coming up now.
Let's go.
I want to say they're honed in. They know they need to isolate Zane before this Lord, and to just take that.
Watch out, Atlas.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go, boys.
Oh my
God. Let's go.
Sweep.
Let's go.
Every day
It's just a sweep.
Placement on the best player.
Let's go.
Now immortality on top of that.
Oh,
That's it, dog.
the crazy?
To safety, 2-1 in the mid lane.
I was gonna say there's no way.
Oh shit, there was two of you dead?
It was a nice juggle.
What the
there
fuck?
was no way. If he did, we just call the 4-0 now.
Well, I mean, a great job by BTK. We're talking about before, anybody's game when it comes to these fights. This one,
they backdoor.
The first game.
Oh, they backdoor.
Down to about 10%, but they have to answer the top lane.
They backdoor.
Ooh, split push on the way.
They backdoor.
Eyes on the prize.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Split push going all
Not like
in.
this.
Let's fucking go.
Oh, he's gonna go in. Keep it alive.
What the hell? Yeah, boy. What the fuck?
Hey, Chad, that one wasn't spoiled though. That was worth watching, Chad.
Turn around just when things were looking up for BTK.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, Raph into the game.
Basic
5-minute break.
running from
5
top
minute.
lane with Cole World.
5-minute break.
Auto attacks from Cole World
See that shit?
on the core.
Look at that shit.
I know.
Answer the top.
They're so stupid. I told you they could not fucking.
I was like, what? I was like, what's gonna happen?
Ooh, split push on the way. Eyes on the prize.
Yo.
That's crazy. Literally your last
Mr.
bullet.
Split push going all
Not like
in.
this.
Matter of seconds. Try to ice. Oh, he's gonna go
The
in.
flicker, mink, mink. That's what happens when you're taking a nap.
What a turnaround just when things were looking up for BTK. A Lord in there.
They done turned the lights off.
Let's go, boy.
Let's go. What a back door.
The auto attacks from Cole.
I'm gonna get some water, chat. BRB, they're gonna do a 5-minute break.
Yeah, that was the tag team duo right there. Cole
That's
World
crazy. The Raph back door, chat.
Go right after they get the
A Raph back door, bro.
Right after they have almost a guarantee.
Crazy, dude. No fucking way.
Possibly straight. Right now, man, it's just looking a little hard, right? We got to see some.
Damn,
possibly
MOBA
straight.
bronze.
Right now, man, 22 minutes.
With the Rafaela, with the Rafaela, with Basic out there. Cole World doing such a great
Oh,
job
Raph
of
back
keeping his
door,
team
bro.
locked up.
You know, it took a year or two for Basic to perfect
What
it,
the
but he's been doing
fuck,
it back to
chat?
back this season. He's been
Oh,
pulling
they
it off,
have
whether
to
you
be.
love him or hate him,
They
Basic
gotta
has
be
definitely
tilted,
stepped up
chat.
his game
It gotta
this
be
season
tilted,
right now.
man. Chat, make sure to like and subscribe. Give my boys some love. They've put so much damn dedication into this game.
And whether it's early game, whether
Like,
it's
they've been
mid,
at my house for
whether
a
it's
whole
late,
month
whether
and a
they're
half
behind or
almost.
ahead,
Like,
we're a team
yeah.
with answers
Hold on,
in the
hold
land of
on.
Dawn right now.
The thing will fall out.
Look at the map. It always stings when you get hit by the backdoor play, and if any player is able to pull that
The
off.
dude, man, the team has been putting in work.
From both sides,
All their past problems aside, man, like they are putting in the time, bro. They want this, you know.
Able to get to the punch a little bit faster than the bloodthirsty.
They like this is
step it up a little bit.
Like just to give you, since we're kind of like waiting.
Was Roger not the greatest pick?
I'll mute the casters to give you guys like a little bit of a like a back of like what's going on behind the scenes. Man, like, dude, is it lagging? It's probably the PC. Yeah, I'll get to it here in a. Hold on, Chad. I'll tell you the story in a minute. Hey, chat. Back. Time for story time if anybody's still in here. Oof. Okay. Unmute this.
To the NACT Grand Finals fall season here.
It
has been
I can like feel my hair
exciting
growing.
2 matches.
I can feel my like hair growing.
One-sided maybe, but we did bring up some points earlier in the broadcast. Trex, take us through that first one and what the teams
Got some more best of ones, chat. More best of ones.
I mean, draft analysis says it all, and I said it in the beginning, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but you know, BTK can lose in the draft easily in these 7 games if it goes to 7 games at this point. And right now it feels like BTK is scrambling in the draft. And I'm not trying to hate, man. I'm not trying to say anything, but that's just what it looks like. And they need to figure something out.
You have to be careful what you say about BTK. the fans are something else. What?
I bet our fans are better.
Oh no. They were saying that BTK is looking like they're tapping out.
I mean, Mobazane 0-5-0 in the last game.
Oh,
and it just feels like
what they say.
has the
Command isn't working.
To the counter.
Do you send the boys our regards? We'll be waiting for Demon Kite versus Knots and Basic versus Renajay.
BTK may be trying too hard.
You're live.
Yes, like putting all your eggs in the basket.
Hit the like button, or you get backdoored by a Raph and ranked.
I feel like that went right for them, but again, that backdoor play a little unfortunate. And now, strategy and execution, right? We talked about the winning conditions, jumping into the series, and right now,
I know.
They're able to.
I mean, we already knew though.
I say even in the draft.
But that's why Chris went with him.
And then a little bit of weird strategies with that YSS flexed into that gold lane. Just got to be a little bit more effective.
It was a good game.
Pull out a draft.
Oh, I gotta go get my dog.
Factor pick. You have to perform, because then if not, you're just giving up what you could have picked as possible meta, something like a Ruby in that gold lane.
And then we're moving on to the third I want to say point here, which would be team synergy. We have seen a much better, much more organized BTK here. However, there are still some of those little nuances that come out there. We've seen Shark get picked off, especially in the early game as well. When it comes to some of these pickoffs, Mobazane has been getting caught as well. When it comes to a lot of these team fights, and it's not even really, I want to say, a synergy issue. It's when you're combining it with the strategy and all these other points coming from Cloud9, because they always seem to have an answer.
Yeah, normally I would say by game 3, player mental wouldn't be too big of a deal, right? But at this point, with the way that game 2 went, you gotta feel it. You gotta know that the pressure is now on. When a team like Cloud9 is just, even when you have the lead, they find a way to beat you. Even when you fight for 20 minutes long, they find a way to beat you. They give you pressure in the early game. Now, Cloud9 is, I mean, they're feeling good about themselves. Their morale is high. And BTK, on the other hand, is going to have to find a way to push past this. Look at it one game at a time. Yeah, they got us in the back door last time. This time, we got to come back, look at game 3, and hold strong.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough from us. After this break, we will continue on to game 3.
Bobby.
All right, guys, a short break as promised. Everything is quicker today, and we just had 2 matches. Now we're jumping into the 3rd game. Both teams have a lot on the line. Today we have Trex, Wheezy, and Private back with us for a trio cast.
Whew. Is it hot in here? It feels like the pressure is on for both of these teams.
Hey, I always say pressure burst pipes or it makes diamonds, and right now it looks like a gold mine or a diamond mine for Cloud9, able to take 2 wins up against the Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I said game number 2 was a chance to clear that slate and even out the series, but now they're up to a game number 3, and we know how hard it is to come back if you lose 3 games in a row.
I mean, the possibilities are always endless in North America. The possibilities are always there, but that percentage for BTK is getting lower and lower right now, and there needs to be a turnaround now because it is do or die.
Yeah, like one member from a particular team needs to get on the edge of their seats. The viewers also should get on the edge of their seats because we have another giveaway on the screen. You see a QR code for you to scan to jump in.
You guys heard? I have heard the new KSI song.
For 50 tournament chests to
Knots made C9 good, dude. It was a lot of work to get Knots.
What is Count Dracula, guys?
It was a lot of work to get Knots, chat.
I believe that's the Alucard skin for him. But yeah, there's very limited skins there. 50 tournament chests out there. Did it get darker in here, or did we begin that with a little bit of shade coming from Liz?
Yeah, I know. I felt it too. But fill those Lightborn skins. I mean, that's the first time I've seen a giveaway with all Lightborn skins. I remember those are definitely something you want to grab, and it's not region locked, so make sure you guys scan that code. But man, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think the difference for game number 3, I think Hoon needs to sit up. I think that
he definitely needs to sit up, and it's got my OCD going off, you know. It's like,
I don't know the song by heart.
So we'll see what happens. Yeah. We'll check the cam soon.
Yeah, for sure. And some fun facts to light things up. We have Hoon on mid. His role is mid lane. His favorite hero is Gushin. His favorite player is also
Gold,
General,
please.
to his roots. His hobby is watching a documentary. And his hometown is Seoul, and his device is Red Magic 9S Pro.
Red Magic, bro.
And as we were on the topic of Hoon there,
they don't even use the Red Magic, bro.
Matchup there. Coming out for Mark Cutie. Role mid, favorite hero Selena, which we haven't actually seen.
Didn't someone say it was MS?
Series or
an MS problem?
NACT just yet. Favorite player.
And then they decided to boot camp because we boot camped.
Is running. Ooh, another Chicago boy, hometown from Chicago, and the device is an iPhone.
I don't think I've ever seen Gushin come out.
Something like that.
iPhone 5. Ooh.
The original. The original. I like to play on my iPod here.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Cutie is definitely a cutie, and he's been doing so well in the
What the
mid
fuck?
lane.
Why did it
Especially- I think
stop your
both
message,
games,
Juicy?
He has such an impact.
I mean, let me see if I can fix that.
And if you guys wondering like if it's getting darker in my room, yeah, because it's light outside, so now the natural light is competing with my other lights, and it's
Dude, my, like,
in the day, but
hair is
light
growing.
in my heart as both
hair is
these teams
growing.
are
I
doing
like
well.
itches.
It's just one.
I know it said
has
long
an
messages.
edge over
What's wrong with long
Beard
messages?
oil, my guy.
Surprisingly,
I do need some beard
Cast is
oil.
Ready, so
I can
Casters
tell.
Take us into the draft.
Well, boys, we're here, and I think I want to say the collective right now is wondering, are we going to see maybe something a little bit different? Maybe take some picks away
I am in a second.
from the side of Cloud9. We start this very similar.
Paragraph protection.
Yeah, the Phobius has been a threat. We don't really see too many
Turned
hits
it off.
before. We've seen the Hylos was a
Right.
response back from BTK the last time. So I wonder if they're going to go in for that again. I wonder if they even seen the Roger as a problem in their draft. I mean, effectively, the last game, right, there was a chance for them to actually win that out, but a couple of misplays in the end in the backdoor opportunity from Basic prevailed.
I mean, well, this is, as you said, very similar to game number 1. We see the Phobius. I think BTK are the ones who are forced to switch things up until they find that magic composition, right? And yes, last game, they had some comeback potential, but even if they got that Lord, the game wasn't exactly in their hands just yet. They go for the Harith this time. They pick up the Gatot, give Zia something comfortable that we know works, right? It's not kind of risky like the Wanwan. It's not kind of risky like the YSS. So just comfort on the side of BTK right now. I got a feeling, though, we might just see that Nolan again taken up by best player here.
I do like this pickup from the side of BTK, especially because you've got the Gatakacha, which does help in that early game to offset some of those early big picks out there in the early game. One thing that kind of comes to mind is BTK. I was not a huge fan of the last draft from them, but they were still being mildly successful against Cloud9. And that's kind of the crazy thing to me when it comes to matching up both of these teams and how skilled BTK can be. Imagine taking that skill with how great they can be, I want to say, on the defense because their draft isn't so great. Imagine having a draft in their favor, how well that could work out for them as we're moving here into the second banning phase.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shocker. I was right there with you. I didn't feel that they were going to be able to have such an impact with that drop, but here we were at 22 minutes in, right? And it was down to the inhibitor turrets and just a matter of that split push being the difference. And that showcases, even with picks that you don't think is going to work in their favor, just the mastery overall, the micro and the macro, is what can make the difference. Now, the difference is definitely going to have to be made for this one because, like we said, this is game number 3. If their backs were ever on the wall, it's touching as close as possible right now. In BTK, they need to find some breathing room, and this could be an opportunity for that. You're not seeing the Roger picked up yet. We're seeing some great options on the table for their side, right? You have the Harith who can get up close and personal, do a lot of damage. You have the Gatot to be able to close the distance with the AOG. Then you also have the Aurora as well for some additional crowd control.
Yeah, the Aurora should work well. I like this Claude ban. I think next from BTK, we probably see the carry ban. On the side of C9, it's focusing on Mobazane more. We take out the Bane. Possibly, there's the carry ban. Possibly Nolan ban next just to focus down more. Or if they really just want to be like, let's see if you can play Nolan, they ban out the Roger here just to really, shove the dagger in a little bit deeper. But on that side, after whatever this last ban is, BTK, they need that jungler, right? They need an EXP laner still unless they flex this Gatot over. What do we think some possible picks are private?
Well, the thing for me is that this focus onto Zane, this is something that we talked about before. It cannot just be the Zane show and ban him out, and that's the end of what BTK can put forward. The rest of the team, we're going to need to find some picks there. Potentially, I mean, depending on where this Gatakacha is going to be going, I'm assuming it's going to be picked up by Shark, which leaves open that XP lane. You still have Arlot, which kind of, I want to say, hasn't been used a lot here. Something we need to figure out a plan to go against Phobius. We tried Flied Horse, we tried Hylos in the first game. He was still able to out-rotate and really wasn't having the impact that they wanted to. So maybe something else that can kind of clear lane, that can kind of join in the fights very early. We'll see what we come up with.
Yeah, definitely going to have to find something, but it's very hard. A lot of players kind of be very effective with this Phobia's Trex. I feel like you may have an answer right there.
Well, I don't think it's the Arlot. I don't think it's the Arlot. The Arlot has a rough time against the Phobius, but I think the Gatot could maybe get flexed over to Fried Chicken, and they pick up something for Shark here. Maybe like a Grok. Grok could also be EXP, so either way, it could go both ways. They pick up the Valentina from Arcuti, needs a gold laner. Does he maybe just go for the Ruby here, and instead of picking the long range or something a bit more fighter-based?
Yeah, that's interesting having the Grok out there, because even if it does go into the XP lane, the more from Grok, the more physical damage items you have, the more physical defense he has as well. So that could be potentially something that will work well. And I like the flexibility of this.
We are back.
It's going to come
back
down
again. Let's go, chat.
We have not seen a Paquito in a very long time coming up in the jungler, but it is something that I've harped on because
what was saying going Paquito,
especially with that burst damage that can come out from Paquito. We'll see if it works well into this composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's an X Factor play again. I mean, you can just tell by the reactions every time Mobazane pulls out something in the jungle. It's definitely a sight to see. But again, this is game number 3 for BTK up against Cloud9 in the Grand Finals, and it's 2-0. So he definitely is going to want to be very aggressive. I mean, at least with the Paquito, right? You're able to kind of close the distance and also able to sustain yourself with some additional shielding. But it's going to be down to the execution, down to the wire. And I feel like BTK, even though it might not be a jungler you're used to seeing, it's great here because they have a pretty solid composition.
Probably got too hot. I think I see him in the back.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into game 3. It is do or die time for BTK to find a reply, to find an answer to Cloud9's dominance.
Okay, so taking a look at the draft, it does look like that Grok is going to be EXP lane. Wondering if he's going to, you mentioned it, Private. Wonder, does he go damage here? Does he pick up the Blade of Despair first item? Does he go all in?
Think of it.
This is not a new hero to Chicken. He's comfortable with it. It also gives them some nice crowd control, some nice engage and disengage. Out of the 3 drafts that we've seen from BTK,
yeah, but
this one is probably
Paquito can get like fucking destroyed by a Cho.
Mobazane, I mean, yes, the Paquito is unheard of, but it does have an insane level 4 power spike. The damage is definitely there if they can capitalize on the laning phase.
And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, right? The laning phase. How are they
going
to
be able
to effectively keep their side laners alive and also get these objectives? How are they going to be able to get into these turtles? Now, there's a lot of things working well for BTK's draft. You have the Aurora, right? The crowd control, especially this early. You have Shark able to close the distance and able to be the initiator for these setups. And speaking of setups, look at BTK. May be able to close the distance on the top side. That's a 4-2 engagement possibly on the way. There goes the CC for the taunt, and Zia securing the kill on Cold World.
Man, and Cold World, I mean, it felt a punishment there. 4 members of BTK going in, Mobazane very quickly, and that's the strength and the burst you have out of the Paquito.
Yeah, that's the BTK you want to see, right? This is the early game that they normally bring, and they do this early game gank onto the gold lane. They don't get the gold lane, but still finding Cold World kind of slows them down a bit, because on the Cho, we know Cold World wants to be aggressive. On Mark Cutie, on this Valentina, they want to be in your face. They want to stay on the opposite side of the river.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for BTK, right? Leading the momentum for the early game, keeping Cloud9 behind as we are now seeing this turtle spawn in. Will they be able to take this objective? You are going to go ahead and see right now everybody getting ready for the fight.
Cold World trying to be a nuisance here. They're going to see if they're going to be able to maybe punish him before this turtle comes up. Starting to gather some positions. Great aside from Cold World, but it does look like they're not going to really focus. Fried Chicken taking some heavy damage.
Yeah, it's going to get a G Kondo to the face from Cold World. Now going to go back to safety. Cloud9 in a great position, zoning out the Bloodthirsty Kings from this turtle. Chicken.
He's dead.
Finding another raid. Nats able to slam down with the
nice. Where did everyone go?
You are going to see best player
Joe.
turtle.
I think Joe said it was too hot in here, so he's sitting outside.
To kind of try to reset the turtle. Unfortunately, not only did it not reset the turtle, but it put him in harm's way, so they got a kill along with it.
I feel like once Mobazane leaves that, right, the rest of the team should have just backed off, not even gone for that turtle. But they go for it. They lose 1 member for it. It's now 1-1. We're back to ground 0.
Yeah, Phobius is crazy, chat.
But now we're already seeing, I mean, Cold World just
he's so strong.
Non-stop. Do they let him do this, or do they just ignore him?
Well, I mean, there's not really much they can do if they can't close the distance. The mobility is just what makes Cho such a threat. We've seen him prioritize a lot this NACT. I mean, look at that. The G comes up for the
God.
play, though. Shark able to find Cole.
Oh, but he's dead.
Able to punish. Best player finding fried
we
chicken.
get 2 kills?
It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides, but Nats winning the heart of the battle with the demonic force, forcing Mobazane to the tier 3 turret.
A good sidestep.
A much cleaner game, but you still see Cloud9 able to answer back every single death with a kill of their
Carlos
own.
is just farming, bro.
And Nats 1-0-1 now. Back
Like he's about to kill Harris.
Look at the top side.
Or maybe not. Gets out though.
Shadow kill
Easy.
does connect, but stacking together with Sharks, not really going to deal much damage.
I just don't feel like Paquito can do much here yet, chat, right? Like
for both of them, Coldworld
I just don't think he's a jungler, dude. This ain't a ranked game.
Anywhere without the side of Cloud9 knowing.
Yeah, so I mean, does BT? I mean, who's really got the lead right now, bro? Like, if Cloud9, does BTK have this breaking point? Like, first, do they get a big power spike around third turtle, first lord? You know, do they kind of need to wait it out here?
I mean, that's a good question. I think it works.
Oh, the
for Zia, though,
Grok.
able to, you got to look where the kills go, too. I mean, the marksman technically got a kill for the Bloodthirsty.
I mean, they
King.
got
He's gonna kinda
solid
help the
SEC.
scale, as we progress to the mid game. But right now, another turtle in play, and you're looking at Cloud9 trying to get that position, trying to wrap around for the setup. But this time, the full 5-man of BTK for the denial. There goes a little bit of crowd control onto Cold World. While Shadow comes out, Luigi Shadow kill as well. But BTK stacked together to share the damage. But there comes Nas like a train. Wrecking into the Bloodthirsty Kings with the demonic force. Very low. Hoon able to take down Nas on that aggressive play and will force him out the turtle pit.
Ooh, I do like that they all collectively decided that they were going to try to go ahead and chase, not just half of them on the turtle, but now it's kind of leaving.
They were kind of tanky in there.
Find himself an angle.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, Cloud9 able to back off a bit. Able to
That Aurora is nasty.
Able to disengage from the possible fight. Mobazane even starting to do some more damage. Zia starting to do some more damage.
Oh my God, he got away.
Ooh, not going to lead to anything, though. Able to get out with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and right now, I want to say a much better, much smoother game for BTK. Don't quite have the gold lead just yet, but they have the vision, even with Coldworld basically dancing around. Oh!
Ooh, Flicker wild charge play, but basic outmaneuvers the 2v1 and Coldworld joins the party.
What a macro
just like that,
play,
basically,
bro.
We talked about it before. Love him, hate him. He has improved so much this season.
Yeah, I mean, Basic at this point has just been able to dodge everything BTK tries to bring at him. He finds the backdoor answers. And BTK, they have the damage like Mobazane, deathless right now. He just needs to actually get that first kill. He needs to get that second kill. He needs to be able to connect with his team.
Speaking of connecting, 3v1
What
on
the
black
fuck?
side.
Zia just
Zane
died
able to
solo?
delay the push for the tier 3 turret.
Nice.
Yeah, and I mean,
Fucking BP1, bro.
Trying to get the damage onto Basic. Kind of ignored the minions a little bit there, but now we have a 3v1 under the tower for Fried Chicken.
All right, nothing gonna happen major. Best player farming at top side. Taking a look at the gold, Cloud9 getting away, but let's take a look at the items. Best player has Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Zane on the other side. Has Hunter Strike, working on the next one. Maybe going into Endless Battle here, get some true damage off. On terms of tanks, Cold World up against,
Jesus Christ.
up against Shark.
Wait, let me get rid of the foul language.
He's kind of taking a more roundabout route here. Has taken 2 deaths, is a little bit slow to the party, but still, just that alone, the fact that he doesn't
Just
have
gonna
a
turn
full
this shit
item
off.
complete, but is still in their face so much, speaks volumes.
Speaking of volumes, look at the split push on the top side. Basic able to take a turret for Cloud9 and a Spear of Destruction. Decides not to go in, and Mobazane and BTK will take the turtle.
Yeah, they get the objective, but man, already starting to create the seeds of that threat up at the top with Moscow Basic there. We saw from the last game.
Ooh. Nas taking some heavy hits right there. Will be able to
fuck?
get back to safety. Shark trying to join the battle with the AOG, not gonna connect.
Yeah, but at least does kind of create space for his team so that Cold World doesn't try to force down another big response pick. Zia also now getting some offlane towers. So BTK running smoothly right now. Even though they're behind in gold, they're winning out on turtles. They're able to at least keep up in these fights right now. And their composition is only going to get stronger as this game moves forward.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing for me right now is that they were able to kind of hold the early game. They don't really have to lean so hard into the late game because they're
yeah, you seen that chat
right now. And a much better draft, a much more comfortable BTK. But man,
I'm actually surprised Zane hasn't marred us.
When it comes to some of these interceptions, when it comes to kind of getting picked off, there's always a reply coming out.
And speaking of replies, Chicken on the top side, numbers not in his favor. And Cloud9 quickly pursuing. There goes the wild charge. A last second
nice.
Will be able to go back.
No?
Not able to close the distance, and Chicken able to sustain himself.
I'm not gonna lie, discipline coming from basic.
Nice.
Into there.
I don't know if they have enough damage to kill him yet.
Combination Zayn able to outlive 2 ultimates. In fact,
is he building tank?
Goes.
Yeah.
At this point, the Aurora pick is it could be the big trade pick as these games move forward. If BTK is able to win this game, that Aurora, whatever side it's on, has been detrimental to how these teams can play it out. Hoon has been able to pull off some
Correct.
big
The winner
saves,
of this Grand
the
Finals
same
goes
way
to
that Mark
M6.
Judy was doing it before.
Yeah, the name of the game is CC here, especially when it comes to some of these like frontal assaults coming from both of the opponents.
You gotta get
They don't really
Hoon,
have a
though.
backline dive. Ooh, comes in with a kick.
Yeah, both sides trying to set up for this Lord. Is still surprisingly 10 minutes in, 3-3 on the scoreboard. Definitely playing for these objectives, but with this objective on the table, who will be able to turn it in their favor?
I mean, I don't know. With right now, BTK
They're gonna burst it?
doesn't want to try to play slow around the Lord. They always seem to want to rush it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, Cobra.
Well, they try to collapse.
Sidestep the wild charge from
Wow.
Chicken. A little premature right there, and now buys Cloud9 a little bit of room in the Lord pit.
Yeah, and the Lord reset here. Both teams are looking, I want to say Cloud9 a little bit more comfortable in there, looking to try to start a fight here.
Sharks
Goes in!
in.
With the quad
Or maybe
shadow,
not.
shadow kill as well. Not going to deal the final touches on.
No,
Team
he
Shark.
can't. He
There's going
can't.
to be a lot of utility baited out. That'll buy BTK some time for that Lord push from Cloud9.
I mean, Lord's still up, right? Lord's still sitting. It's still first Lord. Both teams taking their time. A little bit of a dance going. Both junglers going back to get buffs. Best player's gonna need the purple. Another big Frigid Glacier comes out, so that's
Fucking
1-0
Paquito.
down. Look at Zane. I mean, we question the Paquito, but the damage threat is definitely there.
Yeah, but look at Basic.
Gotta go in, basic.
Ooh, yeah, he's trying to get that split push in while the team is fighting out here.
Yeah, you're going to see the demonic force drop down. Mobazane able to claim the Lord for the Bloodthirsty
Oh,
King.
shit.
Basic yet to find a turret for the trade-off. There goes Luigi Shadow kill and the quad shadow. Best player trying to go back to safety, but going a little bit to the wrong direction. He should be okay, though. He should have the quad shadow.
Oh, that's because Basic's just
will take
having
the tier 2 on the bot side.
fun up here.
Was it worth it though, right? Probably like, do we think the tower was worth the Lord? Depending on what BTK gets here, that's when that question will be answered.
Yeah, and this is kind of something I brought up before about some of the early games from Basic. It's like, yes, the split push can be viable, but is it always viable when they probably could have used him for some of those fights?
Dark say.
Yeah, and right now you are seeing a great
They just
push
need to
from
keep their
BTK.
towers is all they
With that
need to
Lord
worry
on the
about right
side,
now.
We'll be able to maintain the pressure for the advantage.
Keep as many towers as they can. Keep mid
So far,
possible.
it's been viable, right? Like so
Or get a
far,
pick.
it has worked, but
They're gonna
BTK
lose
needs
mid.
to take advantage of that, right? They need to know what's happening, and that's when they rush the Lord, which is what we saw last time in this past Lord. So
Yeah.
maybe that's the real answer. And if they can time those moments right, then they turn it into not being viable, right?
Yeah,
Just a bit,
and
just a
that's
bit.
the biggest point there when it comes to not being viable.
Player's 15
but, I
though.
mean, they're doing such a great
he
job
catches
here
Zia
right now.
alone, like,
Still
it's-
kind of hanging behind when it comes to the gold lead, but the macro is on their side.
Nuts.
And speaking of macro and micro, both sides are going to be fighting out possibly in the mid lane. A lot of utility wasted right there, but here goes the engagement we were looking for. Zia able to find Nats in the heart
Damn.
of the battle. Who finds Cole?
Well, they might get kills here, though.
For Cloud9,
Oh, no.
More with Luigi Shadow kill, but
Damn.
Hope was able to take down best player, but not before he finds Chicken. Basic able to respond back. We'll take down Shark. That's going to be a 3-2 trade.
Ooh.
There goes the immune on a basic. Need to get away. Back to safety. Zane will not follow through with the chase. Both sides. Disrupted. Almost down the middle.
We were talking about needles through threads earlier. That was a needle through a thread, Private.
Yeah, they're a collective sigh from the rest of BTK as that just whiffs just narrowly in between all of them.
Muhammad, I appreciate the subscribe, brother. Thank you, thank you.
Probably would have been able to take at least 2 of them down.
I mean, knowing basic, he would have gone for it, right?
You know, Hoon's still laying down. I would have thought he would have stood up by now, but right now, BTK, they're providing a lot more pressure than what we've seen, at least in game 1. Game 2, it was building up, but game 3, we're starting to see it make a difference.
And, you know, best player just locked in another item. He's
what up, champ?
We're starting to see that damage start.
Ritz is nail biting again.
Player, he just got a couple kills. Yes, the big trade happens, but it is starting to happen. The pressure into the backside
Aurora.
is becoming worrisome for BTK.
Just the CC is a big problem right now.
He's getting the extra kill in these fights. There is still a lot of threat.
What
they
the
have to play
fuck?
correctly.
And right now, Cold World doing
no way, bro.
Bait out abilities going into some of these pushes. The rest of BTK looking to go ahead and start on this objective.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with this one, though, is you are going to see basic possibly for
no fucking way, bro. What the fuck?
Take a 2.
Bro, what happened? You guys fucking ace that shit, my boy. That fucking high up farming.
Right? They're playing.
We're sitting here watching.
Dude, there's still like hella towers left. What happened?
Yeah, they saw Shark very low.
What happened, bro? What happened?
Basic, though, he will respond back, taking down Chicken.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Wow. Wow. There it is. Wow.
Cloud9 able to sustain
wow.
again, takes down the Bloodthirsty Kings.
16 seconds left on Fly Chicken. They might be able to push this.
Wow.
Basic in the fight. Well, now he's in the fight and he's making
You
things
want
work.
Basic in the fight and he's in the fight.
Looking to try and secure
Let's go, bro.
3. Flawless series so
What a
far
fucking
for
team
Cloud9.
wipe. What happened there?
Oh, because they tried going for me. They're so dumb.
Yeah.
I have rose gold, dog.
Full wipe. That's player charge connect.
Flame away, conceal play.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
saw
one more
Shark
game.
very low. They decide to engage. Wild charge.
Like, that's so forced.
Fried Chicken only gonna
What are you
knock out
doing?
basic.
Well, that's not the first time he's ever done that, though. He does it a lot. Bam.
Shadow Kill AOG. Shark trying to get away. The way the Dragon stopping Zia in his tracks. Nats able to find Zia, able to find Cold World. Nats getting the double. Find Shark and Basic will find Zia. A full
Jesus.
wipeout. Cloud9 able to sustain themselves again. Takes down the
Earned it in.
One more, bro.
One more, dog.
One more,
One
bro.
more
Seconds.
M6. One more M6.
BTK.
Wait.
And
Someone
like
get
I
the
said,
broom.
Take a look at these items. Best player picks up that BOD, right? And that's when the damage. I mean, he was that OG shadow kill was on I think 3 or 4 members, and it was still chunking them all down just low enough that all Basic had to do was throw out the Spirit of Destruction, and it was a game.
Yeah, and a well-deserved victory.
Dude, what a fucking team wipe, bro. I was like, how did they win? There's still like
Some great
4,
execution.
5 towers still up. I was like, what happened?
This is going to put BTK in a very hard situation because right now, effectively, they have to win 4 games in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I want
Chat, make sure to like and subscribe to the stream, man. Appreciate all you guys tuning into the grand finals of the NACT.
right here. And
Give love and support to Cloud9, man. They are definitely an amazing org. They've helped us out a lot. And also give it up to just my amazing team, bro. Like, they just...
Magic answer right now. Taking a little
Bringing them here was the vibe, bro.
BTK start off game good. They get first blood, then Shark goes down, and they're trading.
Bringing them here was probably like the best.
I think this is kind of the story between these two teams. They're
That's
willing
me,
to go
donut,
for
honey
it.
bun.
They're willing to go this.
The best decision I made.
Enemy
nuts.
turtles get traded.
say that.
BTK stays out on top, even if they're hanging behind in gold. They're still controlling map pressure. They're controlling lanes. They're controlling objectives.
I love BTK
but there's
with
one
controlling.
big factor, and that is C9 finds the game-winning moments.
Slow
Time and
talker
time
manager.
again,
I'm just chill, bro. Just a chill man.
Eyes are always on the trophy.
One more monster. One more.
The Uji shadow kill that ends up coming in. 3 of them are together. He takes out Mobazane. 4 of them are together, and the damage is just huge on all of them.
A good kill. Yeah, I like the Lord.
And then he's busting the door.
It's like the Kool-Aid man every time they win.
Oh, I can actually hear him real good outside, so I heard him say one more. That's probably the game.
Let's go. One more.
Maybe it kind of comes down to the point where Mobazane, I want to say it was a successful program. A lot of those early kills did not go to Mobazane.
Got some insider knowledge, Chad. It's going to game 7.
Some of them actually
Guaranteed.
Scripted.
Organized where
Scripted.
is a little bit more fed by the mid game. By that late game, he's able to kind of get some of those one shots. He might possibly be able to be that force he needs to be. And I'm wondering if maybe that kind of came into play.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right?
Hey, don't worry, y'all. We'll carry Mobazane's spirit to MC.
Damn. This boy's gonna get clipped, and he's not even a streamer.
They're right back to square one up against Cloud9, and now with their backs against the wall. This is the first time we've ever really seen these two teams not go bar for bar. Usually,
gamble kidneys.
1 win, then 1 loss. 1 win, and 1 loss. But this is the first time ever we get to see
just give me coins, bro.
Back foot with 3.
Just give me coins.
But it's not over yet. I mean, definitely.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings, though. That's a fact.
That is true.
Still game 1.
Any given Sunday.
Given Sunday. Maybe they can pull it off just yet, but it's definitely going to be the biggest challenge that BTK has ever faced.
Yeah, I was waiting to smoke, but I
there's
thought
an old Disney movie called Brink, old cult classic, man. And there's a line in that movie, and it seems super simple.
I thought I heard you out of
They
your
say,
heart.
just do better. Do better. And sometimes I think it just comes down like right now it just feels like
I mean, I definitely heard somebody
is doing better. Like in gameplay, in draft, across the
There's a wildcat.
They seem like the team to win this from the start. We came in.
I was about to say that.
That's what I'm saying. I guess it's a wild ghetto cat.
They have to do it, even when it feels like it's so close in BTK's grass. They just can't pull it off.
Oh, no, I think someone got.
Bro, Zane played 4 players, bro.
The bans here. This is game points. I'll go ahead and repeat that.
Zane literally plays
points for BTK. They need to get this victory over Cloud9, who has come and they have performed.
Yeah, I mean, match point, like you said, it's going to be very hard to kind of pull this one off. And I wonder, it's like, the draft wasn't something we traditionally see, but I mean, there were a lot of moments in that game where BTK had the advantage.
Drinking water, yeah.
What's actually going on in the game, and not just specifically in the
special hydration.
Things
I'm like, can you hand me that? I didn't want to like reach in between your legs.
I've seen NACT on this several times, and we haven't really got to see Chicken with a good response.
Party incoming.
They're letting them take it, which is
gotta win first.
On top of that, there goes the Phobius again, and every time they pick it, they've won.
Shit, I didn't know they were in draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think it's sitting at, what, 100% win rate at this point. It feels comfortable.
So, Chad, this is a honey bun donut.
Throughout the season, Nats has been good. He's played a good part, but I feel like the team is playing. I feel like every time we see C9 play, they're
legendary stuff.
And better and better and better. Nats now has been so huge in these past 3 games.
Only in America, baby.
To the Phobius.
In America.
He's been a pivotal member in the team. Mark Cutie as well gets the Aurora, which we just know how that's been doing. Cole World plays the Cho last game. I mean, it's just all of them, man. Basic, best player. C9 are definitely monsters right now.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
They're fueled off steak and rice. I'm telling you.
North America.
That's sweeter.
They're lagging there.
The first ACTs. Even
our guys got
who
armed,
used to be
grilled to table steaks.
The Simpsons at one point.
And chef.
He's
the biggest.
He's been a part of some of the top teams in North
Biggest steaks I've ever seen.
Shining through with Cloud9. Ooh, BTK gonna go ahead, pick up that Moskov, take it out of the hands of Basic.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, BTK, they're definitely focusing on getting the jungle up front, right? They're going to pick up that jungle. Effectively, when Zane's on the Julian, they do it a little bit more often as compared to the YSS in the Bikudo. So we'll have to see how that kind of works in their favor. But with this,
the younger me would have ate that donut.
Great late game damage. They have great split push potential, and they also can traverse across the map to join those engagements with the Spirit of Destruction. So it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes from here. Ban's coming into second phase, targeting down onto Shark. Tigreal taken out. Maybe a Grok ban next, maybe a Cho ban. Really just focus down on a Shark. Definitely could be clean. On the side of BTK, we just probably clawed last year. Just
honestly, Nats is definitely MVP. That boy been going crazy.
If the Claude's gone, you really kind of limit down. But even basic,
not sure if you're gonna want to do an interview though.
Man, he showed that he has plenty of options and plenty of play styles.
Marky.
We were talking about maybe they're going to take Claude off of here. Cho's already out of the mix by BTK there, so we don't have to worry about seeing that. The one thing, though, I'm kind of wondering is what we've had a problem with when it comes to facing this Aurora is getting behind the line. They just run straight through and expect to make it through that much CC. Not just that, we talked about it too, Nats is like dare I say, disgusting on this Phobius. Phobius itself is already one of those top-tier pickups, especially when it comes to the team fights. But then put it in the hands of Nats, who's able to rotate early, who gets in there very quickly.
Yeah, Nat's been straight out of body.
BTK is going to be a problem. They're going to need to find a way to get to the back without having to go through these two.
And they're going to take out the Khalid as well to finish their last ban for the side.
He said private looked like he got some ass in.
A threat. I mean, you're kind of getting limited on these XP options, right? I mean, technically the Edith is still out there, could be flexed. I mean, you could even pull out the Ruby, to be honest with you, and still at least have some more crowd control. But BTK, you gotta look at their draft and you gotta figure out, well, what did you take when allowing this?
You know what I'm saying? At any moment, in like a hat. Yeah.
Third time we've seen the Phobius in Cloud9's favor. So that you get the Julian. We know Zane, he's great on the Julian. He's very effective. And I mean, last time we seen the Bakito, we seen the YSS. This time we get to see something that's a little bit more staple meta. And I think that's the difference that BTK is trying to make with this statement, right? They're going to try and put him on something he's a little bit more comfortable.
More chat.
A little bit more used in the pro scenes to make have a little bit of that.
Dude, the last two were epic.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Gets this carry though, which we saw.
Win conditions, baby. Stop knowing them in
this time there's no Cho to really like capitalize on the speedy light wheel. There's no big knock-up CC, but my guess is Cold World gets something similar to that. Something that can buy basic enough time to just shred anybody down in, you know, a half a second. So on the other side, BTK still needing EXP lane in Rome.
Yeah, yeah, you nailed it on the head when it comes to like they don't have the Cho there.
Jesus.
They still have a large amount of CC that Mark Udy can output out there as well. And then it comes to the point that you have that front line with the Phobius, with the damage that can come out from the Nolan. So maybe you don't even need to just sit there. You can just be like the person who gets those that finishes the job, so to speak. Cold World gonna go ahead, get on this Lolita, as on the side of BTK, we scoop up the Ruby and the Edith.
The Lolita is a little interesting because, I mean, with the Numion Blast, you technically can get knocked up with the Earth Shatter, with Ruby, with all those hooks and the crowd control chain combos.
Lolita!
It'll be a little bit tougher for Cold World to kind of pull that off, but we'll see how that steps in. Now, when I'm looking at Cloud9, they
B's and B's.
Pressure, right?
It's the same B's and B's they've been.
See how effective players these assassins. Yeah, the Phobius, who's usually.
I'm actually super surprised.
He's going up against Chicken, who is going on that comfort pick Edith.
No, that's Edith. Edith.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Ruby and Rome's kind of wild. I thought
Cloud9.
Zia has been an absolute menace with Ruby.
For an answer, for a reply, something that can.
They also play Edith all the damn time, bro.
This is game 4.
We have Aurora this time? Oh, bro.
Grand Finals.
Game 4, match point, Mobazane finally gets the Julian, finally has something a little more comfortable in the hands of him. Will it be enough? You know, you mentioned the Lolita Wheezy.
Bruce Spear, 4-0, bro.
The Numion Blast is going to be hard to hit, but also you get this bulwark to deal with Zia. You get this bulwark to deal with the primal wrath from Fried Chicken. You just have some answers, right? And not only that, Cold World's known, and Cloud9 is known for attacking from angles, catching a team off guard. And if Cold World can kind of sit in a bush and wait for the right time for that Numion Blast, it could definitely be huge, paired up with the Frigid Glacier, paired up with Nats, paired up with the rest of the team.
And we're going to be watching out for that, especially when this first turtle spawns in, to see how both sides decide to engage. I mean, even Zane on the Julian, right? Technically, it's an early game jungle.
A6 out Purify. Once he gets wind, it's going to be GG's. Ruby's not going to do anything.
Entirely to add more to his kit.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to a lot of the early game that can really benefit them. Coldworld actually taking a lot of damage while Mobazane inside the enemy's jungle here, trying to.
I think this is the first time that BTK has actually had a normal draft.
Yeah, so now at this point, Cloud9, I mean, they don't have to rush this, right? They have decent late game potential with basic. Best player's gonna scale, and there's a big fracture already.
Dude, he is so fast with Nolan.
A little bit out Bay. We need to see that same type of aggression coming from BTK in the next minute or so to at least put some pressure.
He's like one of the only people that can catch just 3 people in mid.
Yeah, and I mean, we need to see how Zayn kind of plays his objective. You've seen some early rotations. Look at him. He's already on this turtle. But Cloud9, they're grouped up, looking like they're going to look for a possible counterplay.
Yeah, they're definitely wanting to catch Shark or somebody rotating through that mid L bush before this objective happens. And it's been the name of the game for Cloud9. They have been so great at setting up these objective fights by finding these pickoffs, that by finding these kills.
I think they're giving it.
BTK.
And so Turtle goes over to Mobazane. BTK feeling.
Carlos actually told us he fucks with
they
Charlie.
take a gold lead, which in previous games, even when they got a turtle or so, it didn't translate to a huge gold lead. Normally, Cloud9 did very well at kind of just outmaneuvering them on the map to make sure they stayed a little ahead in farm. So BTK with a nice advantage right now.
Yeah, and you got to ask the question, what was Cloud9 doing when allowing BTK to take this turtle? I mean, they didn't technically find a trade-off. They didn't get a kill. They didn't chunk into any of the turrets across the map. And so pretty much it was a free turtle to the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. And now
I got it sitting on a tripod.
Coldworld taking down to about 75% HP, but able to sustain himself.
Well, when it comes to the question of what they were doing, I want to say that they just didn't have vision. They didn't know where they were, and they don't like this early fight. They aren't trying to take those 50-50. They're looking for guaranteed fight wins, and they're going to be looking for a little bit of the power spikes. They've been so good at knowing when those spikes come, knowing what fights they can take, and kind of backing off from the fights that they may or less, maybe not too confident in.
And so at this point, when does the balloon pop, right? When does the ceasefire end? When does somebody finally make the move? Coldworld can't.
All right, chat, make sure to like and subscribe to the stream, man. Much love.
He's on the Lolita right now. He has to.
Thank you, everybody, tuning in.
Either more ambush or response, right? Try to time that Numenon blast at the perfect time. So I feel like Cloud9, it's one of the reasons why they didn't go for that. You know, didn't try to force that first turtle. It's one of the reasons why they're kind of playing more on their side of the map. They kind of want BTK to come to them. So does BTK, bite the bait? Do they win out if they go for the engage? Or do both teams just kind of play this waiting game?
Yeah, and right now we're going to kind of see how this plays out. I mean, without throwing a punch out first, especially allowing that turtle to walk to the side of BTK, not finding the trade-off, you can only do that for so long, especially against a team like BTK who thrives on taking these early game objectives. And right now you're seeing...
Yeah, NACT and Carlos was definitely the draft. It was strong draft.
Mobazane possibly following up after this jungle rotation.
Yeah, he is. They're vying for a position right now, looking for an angle. You see best player still keeping vision. NACT doing a great job playing this front line.
Ooh, able to take down Coldworld. No Numeon Blast for Cloud9.
Over there, boy.
Player may be next. Retribution comes out from Zayn, though, trying to stop best player. Zia will find Basic. You're going to see Fried Chicken joining the party. Demonic Quarters and Phobius we've been talking about.
Oh, good cleanup.
Beauty. Able to shut him down. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but Mobazane does not have the Retribution since he used it on best player.
Yeah, that hurt right there. Just going for Nats right there, and this man is dunking and dunking. There's two of you on him, but you're not able to get the kill, and then they kill one of yours. That is moral breaking.
Not just that, but I want to say they kind of did very well in that fight. Were able to find 2 kills there, but end up losing the objective. They have to push back because of that retribution. Not the play you want to make at the an objective is on the line.
Yeah, but Zia able to take the turret on the bot side, so there are.
You also get like a permanent
favor, effectively finding.
You see how everybody has a shield.
I mean, they have a turtle of their own, so
and
it's
like
not the hardest loss. I would still say BTK is in a good position. They have
down it, and you can like flash rotate real quick.
Mobazane does have Bloodwings in. For For the first time, I think in every game, he's actually a little bit ahead in gold.
OBS needs a LeBron skin. That shit would be wild. He'd be dunking on everybody.
Big damage dealer. He needs to be able to keep up in levels to actually fight for this third turtle in First Lord. And BTK in a position now where they can kind of dance a little bit. And I really like Shark on this Ruby pick. I think it's another one of the things that is stopping Cloud9.
Basically, is also, in my opinion, the late game players. Really shines in.
Threat that if you engage too much and you get locked up too long, you're going down.
Mid game.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of a flank play here. 48 seconds left for this turtle, and you can see BTK starting to set up a lot more comfortable on the
trying to find
they have been in the past. Well, at least in the past few games of this series. They're always there, kind of prominent when it comes to these objectives. Now you can see them pushing towers, so they're able to kind of get that map control.
Yeah, and again, Cloud9 not finding a trade from losing that turret on the top side. You're seeing them kind of putting some heavy focus into the mid-river, but BTK quick to respond back and doing a great job on maintaining the pace of this match.
Yeah. Zia also, having a very clean game right now, but he might not be having one.
That's a little bit of that caster curse right there. Best player able to find Zia shot on the conceal play out.
I think they're giving Turtle for the kill on the gold.
Names are coming out of my mouth.
Dang you, Trex. Cost Zia. Mobazane able to go ahead, find himself that turtle, though. So they are able to kind of match it up with something, still maintaining a slight gold lead. I want to say this is the first gold lead that BTK has had this entire series.
A little unfortunate, though. It's Cloud9. Basic doing a great job on trying to equalize this economy. Is going to be able to take that tier 3 on the bot side. There goes a retro play, though, from Zane onto best player. Not going to really be able to stop him, though, and he's going to be able to defend the tier 2 turret.
RQD also takes a nice chunk of damage. Honestly, it still feels very down the line. BTK up in towers, but I'm wondering, once again, when does the balloon pop, right? When does the team just go all in? Or is this going to get dragged out into First Lord until both teams are forced to go all in and make that big 5v5 happen? Taking a look at the items, back to Zia. I'm sorry, but I got to mention you. You almost got your DHS in. It's almost the Holy Trinity, but Numion Blast does miss out. BTK able to disengage. Right now, Zia might actually, I wasn't able to check basics, but I think he might be ahead of basic right now.
Yeah, and I want to say they're doing such a good job of kind of angling, keeping the pressure on different sides. You can see Zane off by himself. The rest of the team kind of split up very well to make sure that they're maintaining the pressure on the rest of these lanes. But the big engagement.
Mats is just so aggressive.
But I want to say the big
just pushes you back.
Will be when we open up these mid towers. Really open up that jungle for the opposite team.
Oh, no, it came back.
Trex, he's raising the question, when does the balloon pop? And I'm definitely thinking that balloon is going to be basic, right? I mean, he's on this carry. The later this goes,
I think it's just
he'll be able to stack up, and effectively the harder he's going to be able to hit. So BTK definitely wanted to.
So much waiting in bushes.
This pressure, but they're doing a really good
Bushwhackers.
job so far. We got to see how they kind of play into this Lord, right? If they can take this Lord, then effectively they should be able to take that tier 3 turret in the mid lane and start the engagement nice and early. The knock up on the Cold World. There goes Internal Guardian dropping down as well, but he's able to sustain himself, and now there's going to be a couple of utility wasted for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings, and the Lord still intact.
Yeah, that's the point, is you wasted so many utilities to kind of go on the Cold World, don't get the kill, and now you have none of your ultimates left for this.
Jesus, Nasus raised.
They win. There goes a flicker play, though. A little premature. Numion Blast only going to stun one. That's Chicken. Caught in his tracks. And that's a good read from the Bloodthirsty Kings to create that separation, baiting out some of Cloud9's utility and effectively winning over this Lord.
I'm telling you, this Ruby pick on Shark, man, it is doing the job. And not only that, Zia's having a good game. Overall, the team, and maybe it's the Julian too. Maybe it's Zane finally getting on the Julian, not having to pick up a Paquito. But either way, BTK just feels like a slightly different machine in this game. They feel more comfortable. They feel the ability to dance. They feel the ability to move. And it just seems like a lot of these fights are going into their hands easier than usual.
Yeah, a lot easier than usual. They're starting to put the pressure onto all of the lanes. Lord pushing at bottom. Hoon finds himself a tower. And the split. Look at the split right now between the team. Zane's up by himself over there, able to get those split push. And I was actually worried about the split push coming from best player here. We've seen it before on the Nolan. He's able to create that pressure to where BTK can't answer these fights for like 10 seconds more, or the side of Cloud9 is going to be able to kind of find those angles.
And speaking of angles, able to connect.
Oh my god.
Play. Mova Zane finding Cold World. No Numion Blast for Cloud9. Looking to punish Zia. Joining the party finds Nats. There's going to be 2 members falling for Cloud9, and BTK not losing a single member.
And even there, we see Nats come in, tries to use a demonic force, gets stopped by Shark just for enough time for the team to burst him down. Cloud9 has to be careful about how they take these fights.
Yeah, go in. There you see the Pride of Ice be activated over there by Marcutie. A little bit of a window for opportunity, and they're gonna take it. Look at the base crystal minions quickly dropping. Cloud9 members starting to spawn in. Nats now joining the party. They don't have minions in range for the base crystal, and BTK will disengage.
Ooh, I mean, you live to fight another day. This game is still firmly in BTK's favor right now. A 7K gold lead for them. Only one more high ground left for the side of Cloud9. A very different game than we've seen from the first 3.
Yeah, very different, very different game. 7,000 gold lead for BTK. Even in the past, when they were winning out in fights, they were normally behind in gold, but this time it is completely in their hands. And they have some picks that are actually countering Cloud9 this time. They have some picks that are actually answers. Even Marcutie.
The Lolita
those Frigid Glaciers aren't as important, right? Because the rest of the team can't die.
They just need defensive items now.
When he lands them. Taking a look at the items, Moba Zane almost completely stacked out. He has a 2K gold lead, a little over a 2K gold lead over best player right now. Luckily, best player has hit level 15, so he can at least retry along with the best of them, but it's not going to be easy because he has to get on a Noland. It's not a high booster where you can just, quad shadow in. He has to get pretty up close and personal.
I think Gufra has been really played.
Look for that steal.
Yeah, and it's not going to be the easiest setup for Cold World as well. I mean, we haven't really get to see too many of those Numion blasts hit the mark. I mean, a couple of times we may catch Chicken, may catch Shark out of position, but not finding the setups that Cloud9 can make the most of. Speaking of setups, Nat's forced to join the battle. Taken down by Hoon, one member falling for Cloud9, which will give BTK the advantage for this Lord play. But best player, Marcutie, Cold World, basic. They're not going to let it go for free. They're going to continue to engage. There goes a big new Hoon. Best player finding Zia. That's going to be another kill. Nova Zane able to find one as well. Zia will fall to ADC. No longer standing for BTK. Hoon able to find best player. Zane finding basic retribution in BTK's favor. Should be able to secure this Lord and able to win that trade, but they're going to go in. I think they're going to try and close it out. They're going to try and take match point away from Cloud9. There goes the knockup, the stun, and Marcutie will fall. Nas left alone all by himself, wondering how did I get here? And BTK
we'll just need one more.
reigns supreme and secures game number 4 against Cloud9.
Yeah, if you thought they were out, you don't know BTK. Still signs of life showing up in this.
The game
when it
5
comes down to crunch time in game 4, they find a victory.
Yeah, I mean, it took long enough, right? BTK finally putting a point on the board. For all the BTK fans, it's just 3 more to go. Just 3 more to go. They've done the impossible before. But let's talk about the game that just happened, because BTK, I think, for the first time in the past 4 games, they drafted cleanly. They counterplayed. They moved around the map. They didn't force fights. They knew they had control, and they actually played a textbook game, in my opinion.
Yeah, able to turn this around. Who would have thought, right? And then overall, just a very good draft. A little different than what we've seen in the previous games. Zane running on something that's a little bit more staple meta, and not only running on it, but, I mean, look at the MVP, right? He's just doing a great job on that Julian, and this is definitely making a major difference in being able to secure these games over Cloud9, who usually has been in control for the early phase.
Yeah, and especially against the composition we were all kind of gritting our teeth at, the Phoveus, the Aurora, that Cloud9 has been so successful on in the past. And we were wondering, I mean, BTK is not prioritizing it. They do get the Julian, but they give up some very, very strong picks here. But I want to say the answer here, Shark, on the Ruby just was that little ingredient that was needed for BTK to really have the offset, to really kind of take the punishment to the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, I think the Ruby was the key piece there, and I think as they move into the next game could be another very important slotted pick for them. Shark played amazing on it. Not only did he play great on it, but also it was just a great answer to the Phoveus. It was a great answer to the best player, to anyone that really wanted to try to get up close and personal, and even Basic on this carry. It's a close range marksman, and he couldn't really bob and weave the way he wanted to with Shark on this Ruby hanging out in the team fights.
Yeah, just a great counter over to Lolita as well. I mean, Cobra not able to find those angles with his Numeon Blast. It's huge, right? When you don't have the set potential, your team can't follow up, and that's going to help BTK win these engagements and these team fights, and that's exactly what we've seen happen. I mean, this was a pretty early finish from them as well, right? Every single moment of this game, it just seemed like they were in total control.
And even in that last play there.
Yeah, you talk about the good too here is that you were able to get Mobazane on something he was comfortable on, or at least it felt more comfortable with that Julian there to really actually still be putting on the damage, to really kind of carry the flag of BTK forward for his team, to give them that room that they needed to kind of get that scaling.
Yeah, so I mean, they got one, right? They get that game. Do they just continue on the same streak, or does C9 let them do that again, right? Because they had answers to the Julian before. They've been able to kind of work around Zane with that. BTK still is not out of this yet.
Hi, Clash.
Not at all. I mean, I honestly, you're at a point now, and this is going to be Cloud9 has the first pick here, so they're going to get the priority here. You can see there, Julian taken off the board on the side of Cloud9. They're not going to let him have that again, and I'm wondering, do we possibly get Zane on something that he's still comfortable on, or like the first few games, we're less successful.
Everybody got it now?
Everybody got it.
Outside the box, again, for a pick that might not be that might not be good. I'm just gonna say.
There's only one way to dish that one out. and honestly, there goes thinking inside the box, and that's been the same strategy for Cloud9 this entire game, just going with staple meta, right? They're gonna go ahead and pick up this Phoveus yet again. Now, it wasn't as profitable last game, and I wouldn't really say that was a Phoveus issue. I think that was just more of not having a roamer to be able to get the setups for the team to make the most out of. When you don't have the set potential, effectively a team like BTK, who thrives on the early game economy, who thrives on the turtles and the Lord engagements, they're going to profit. And when you get them comfortable, that's when that light switch flickers on, and that's when they're able to shine the most. So now jumping into game number 5. You're getting BTK a chance to be able to turn this back around. And I don't think they should look at this as, oh, we got to win 3 games in a row. I think they should look at it as just one more game, right? That's just one more game, and that's how they got to play it. And hopefully we get to see this go the distance. It's looking good, though. It's definitely a totally different play style in the last game than what we've seen this entire series. And I definitely think that Zane, he needs to be inside the box for these jungle picks.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Nolan could be solid here. We still haven't seen it. It's not like, I'm really surprised he hasn't picked it up, because we've seen him play it in past NACTs. It's not like it's something that's completely unsung to him. C9 though, pick up the Claude immediately. They don't this time want to give BTK a chance to ban him out to where he's maybe they don't want to have to put him on the carry again. Yes, it did work one game, but I still don't think it is an extremely comfortable pick. And when Basic is comfortable, when he's able to get on something that he has a lot of versatility on, the rest of the team does do well because of it. BTK though, take the Aurora. We saw how well it did against the Phoveus in previous games. So both teams slotting up well right now.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. The only thing, I mean, I do like the draft, a little bit of a mix-up from the first game that we saw. Now they have the Aurora. They're able to take that away from Cloud9 so that they don't really have to have a huge fear of trying to go ahead, rush in. However, the big thing, the failure that we saw from BTK in game 1 was Shark was able to get show, was able to find those kicks in the super early game, but once it moved on to the mid game, once they kind of fell behind, BTK was struggling to even get Shark to get in there because he was getting bursted down. They weren't able to even burst down people that they found the kicks on. So it's going to need to be a very careful game here. They do have a lot of CC on BTK side, which I do like to see.
Yeah, we got to see what's the answer to the Phobius as well, right? I mean, technically Cho's over there. I mean, it could be flexed over to Chicken. We have actually seen that before, a Cho go up against the Phobius in the XP lane, so it's not the worst option. But also, speaking of options, the Gatat being on the playing field for Cloud9, a lot different than that Lolita performance we saw, right? It's going to be a little bit easier for him to get to that back line, especially with that AOG. Late game insurance is guaranteed from the Claude as well over there by Basic, who also can play for survivability, especially when you have a Cho on the opposing side. And we've seen just how well Chos can perform, right? You can Jeek-undo your way through anything and find your way to the back line, but having the BMI for some insurance can definitely be a tool for Cloud9.
So with this last pick coming in, again, I think, I mean, I keep saying it, but I think the Nolan's solid here. You banned out the Hayabusa. You limit down on to what a best player can pick up here, because that's definitely what he's most likely picking up, unless he goes for the Ling or a Fanny or something like that along those lines, which with him coming into this last slot, either of those picks are definitely very probable. On the side of BTK, they go for the Ruby. So Ruby, I mean, and even this, they can still, like you just said, they can still flex,
ready to sleep,
go over into EXP. But I think either way, I kind of wanted to see the Ruby earlier in draft because it worked so well against the Phobius last time. So I'm glad they still ended up making it work.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
might have to take an apple.
I was thinking that maybe Chicken.
I stayed up way too late.
I noticed that when I came in here, you were
the Ruby in there. I don't really like the matchup.
I was playing a lot of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I noticed you like loaded it up when I was.
So it's gonna be really interesting to see how Wide Chicken can play that. We've talked about it before,
within
especially against
minutes.
Right now, he's been playing kind of like he has to play passive. There's nothing you can really do with some of these picks, especially against the Phobius. You have to wait your turn, wait for him to kind of do what he needs to do, then you go in there. You need to of your minions, but it's gonna be interesting to see if we can put some kind of more interesting to that. Nolan taken off the table. Where does Mobazane go here?
You gotta try and carry me to Mythic?
Everybody's just staring at Zane's photo right now, man. What does he think? Look at his smile over there, man. Look at that devious, sinister smile. He's planning the most crazy.
They straight up have a BTK.
There it goes! A guy is back in the building, baby.
Is it?
That was on my bingo card, guys. That was on my bingo card. A Kai pick on Nova Zane Grand Finals.
Yeah, he did.
It was so, you know, we made it. It's there. It happened. They do have damage this time. They have
Chicken Chow
damage. They have Hoon on the Aurora. There is opportunity, and you know, I mean, against a Noland and the heavy spin, you still have some retribution. You have some objective priority.
They're going to be lacking.
It's just, you know, as
damage.
we've said in the past, it's
even
not
survivability.
Meta, but can they make it work?
Man, I am wondering because there's going to take some time for this damage.
Ruby Aurora combo, yeah.
Where
just fucking
Zia
locking you down for a year.
Shark's going to need some items.
That's what happened to Cold World is he just kept getting locked.
He does have damage, but
that's what I seen.
Game, it's mostly the CC that you're leaning on. So I'm wondering, maybe do you put Fly Chicken, who's going to be on that Cho? Do you put him as a damage Cho there? I think we're about to find out here, guys. We are at Game 5, Cloud9 taking on BTK.
More boys. In this shit.
Coin flips again. Another chance for the Bloodthirsty Kings to find a way to even out this series. I mean, hey, who would have thought it, right? They took game number 4, able to find their first victory so far, but this is still match point for Cloud9, so they're going to have to bring their A game.
Yeah, so taking a look at this, how does BTK approach this game, right? I think they definitely take it slow. They don't need to force anything. They do have the peel. They have Shark on the Ruby. It did end up being a Ruby Shark, and when they're going to put Cho into the EXP lane. Because, a lot of damage on the Shark, though. Already in first blood.
Yeah, able to find him, able to take him down. Overall, a great objective for Cloud9.
Yeah, and that is not the way you want to start off, especially for Shark, when we're leaning on that Ruby to have such an effect here toward the mid and late game.
So I mean, as I was trying, I mean, I kind of wanted Shark to stay on his side of the jungle, but he gets a little greedy there, goes to their side. I think at this point they have to know that their damage base is just, and there's another pick onto Shark.
Just shut down. Or
Gonna be able to get away, but yeah, I think they just need to play it safe. Let Zia farm, let Hoon get some damage in the tank, and if they can do that.
One more, boys, one more. Lock in. End this shit. Let's go to M6 already.
Yeah, with that first kill over Cloud9, you can definitely tell they're being a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more picky on when to engage. And I think it's more credit to Cold, right? He's running on a roamer who's not limited.
I don't think there's a Gala at M6.
I mean,
There might be a Gala. I don't remember.
It's going to be Zane here, but
I don't remember if the Valley had one. But of course I wasn't part of it.
By Cloud9, rest of BTK looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Zane forcing the heavy
Retry, he got the fucking Retry.
Able to get the Retry just in time for the bloodthirsty.
Oh, Knots is not for.
Looking for a punish. Chicken need to get back.
Chicken on Cho though.
But Nast on his tail trying to get the pick off, but will not be able to find it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've seen Chicken on a Cho in a very, 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 very long time. And I mean, it's definitely doable, it's definitely viable, but I don't know if this is comfort. Comfort for Zane on the Akai, yes. Comfort for Zia on this monster, yes. But everyone's gonna need to play to their best ability here. BTK does get that first turtle, so after taking that early game first death, it's huge for them.
Yeah, and I have to wonder too, like sometimes, was this pick, like was it the best in slots for this composition, or was it simply just to take it away from Nats?
Yeah,
a good pick on the Cold World.
For the setup, and Shark ultimately finding a kill takes down Cold World.
Whoa. What the hell?
Zoom in? We just got the zoom in here?
What is going on here?
Best player. I haven't seen the map like this in a long time, guys. I'm used to watching at the full wide angle.
Oh, there we go.
And there we go. We're back to it. Thank you. I
was like,
Mobazane now. Panda. How we feel in private.
I mean, right now it's working, especially when it comes to maybe we're just focused on the objectives. Fly Chicken takes a heap of damage there, but if we're just focused on objectives, we have the heavy spin, we can get everybody out of the way, still get the retribution in there, which can lead us into that mid game, into the late game, where we're going to get the power spikes for Hoon, for Zia there as well.
Lock in, boys.
They got a lot of bullies for the early game.
This shit.
I mean, he's a one-man army with that heavy spin, right? He should be able to zone everybody out, be able to close the distance, and get these turtles, and that's exactly what you've seen from Mobazane. I mean, it's a hero he thrives on.
Oh, well, don't get hooked,
really
bro.
About the team looking for that setup, he can just create that opportunity himself.
I mean, definitely. I mean, a lot of opportunities created. And BTK, they have the crowd control, right? They do have the answers, but it's still kind of a time game for them. And I think it's why they're not trying to force this turtle right now, because even earlier in the very beginning, we saw how much damage best player even doing to a tank like Mobazane. Shark in some trouble, should be able to get away. Nats being the bully he seems to always be. But yeah, BTK still just waiting on that clock to keep ticking.
Yeah, and it's and ticking away it is. Nats doing such a great job. Whatever he plays, he's always all over the map. Ooh, Zane!
Ooh, and a little bit of trouble. Forced to use a heavy spin, pinning Nats on the wall. Chicken trying to find an opportunity for the engagement. Won't be able to do it now. Nats
I got froze.
Bridget Glacier connecting. I'm offended as well. Nats still alive, trying to get to the bush, trying to limit their vision. Hit with the G Kondo. Chicken. Possibly with the
my God.
Touch is able to find Nas on the heavy aggressive play, but look at Zia. Oh, nice. Connecting.
Oh, he might die though.
Fall. Cold World may pay the ultimate price though. No, able to get back out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Basic
he's just looking at damaging the next minion.
And this is kind of, you know, we mentioned Basic getting on a comfort pick like this, and even if BTK can keep up in objectives when it gets down to Lords, even if he makes a big heavy spin play with Mobazane and steals a Lord, we know the threat that Basic carries on this Claude in these off lanes.
Man,
I don't think I've ever seen Chicken Cho, Chad.
I want to say they were threading the needle with that fight against Nats there. He was very close to being able to take down Mobazane. They do find the synergy, able to find the combinations there to be able to take him down, but it's answered right away at the bottom lane for Cloud9, finding the tower. And, I mean, Zia, we talked about this matchup before offline. There's been so much improvement from the side of Basic there to be able, and then the pressure that you're getting here now.
Jeez.
Ooh, 2v1 matchup not gonna work in Zia's favor.
Nice.
Able to secure the kill.
Pick. Nice. Another pick. Boon. Oh.
They're not letting anybody go for free.
Oh, Zane though.
But heavy spin punish.
What the fuck?
Forced into the tier 3
shit.
turret. A Beyblade and Chicken will find Cold World.
At Cloud9.
Any vision
for that push there. Roamer for Roamer. BTK
and they
though,
did get
still
that.
very much hanging on here. Falling behind getting gold, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, this isn't the first time. I mean, BTK, at this point, BTK is used to playing with a little bit of a gold deficit on them. But here we can start seeing even some of those objectives, what I was talking about earlier, where they might have some insurance having Mobazane with that heavy spin. They're starting to lose some of these objectives. They're starting to fall a little bit behind. And that's not really what you want from a composition like this. Like that, I feel personally is lacking a bit of
Come on,
damage.
boys.
Yeah, definitely lacking in damage, but overwhelming in crowd control, and they got to make that work in their advantage, especially for these early objectives. And not to mention, even though they have the heavy spin to work in their favor, Marcuti, he's picking up that heavy spin as well. So technically, Cloud9 has the same utility.
Yeah, not only is it crowd control with Cloud9, but they also have movement on the map. A Shark in a little bit of trouble. Should be okay. The disengage happens. Items are up. No, still forcing it. They're testing the waters here. They're testing the waters.
Yeah, a little bit of a little wet feet there from both sides there, kind of dipping into there, trying to find out where they can kind of put
retrograde?
push out
Oh,
there.
he'll have it back.
Ooh, Zane was still able to get his purple buff there. Zooms in, grabs it, and gets away.
Yeah,
Don't
but
be
we gotta
nervous,
see, I mean,
Psycho.
with the Sakai
I'm not.
buff, I mean, effectively,
Just
you're
trying to go to bed.
right? You should be able to
Joking, I'm joking.
objectives. With the next objective,
I'm ready for my boys to win, man. I'm just.
Cloud9 has regained their composure that they lost in game number 4. There goes the heavy spin. There's the Beyblade action going toward the mid lane. 2 Cyclones in the making.
Oh, Zane
Be
dead?
careful, but not going to find a setup for either side.
It's such a great answer, too, because you would think maybe go for the Frigid Glacier, right? Go for the big I'm offended. But what that does, essentially, is completely nullify what Mobazane wants to do with the heavy spin. It completely nullifies what the point of bringing the Akai into this game was.
Are they 1v1 the Chow?
He's answering it beautifully.
And right now, a lot of pressure coming in.
I mean, pretty much did.
The side of Cloud
and allowed the tower
for them to get this next tower. First Lord up
he's dead
on the map.
Oh, he's not dead.
Look at the bot side. Chicken.
Oh.
The fracture, too much to
A lot
handle.
of
Best
pressure.
player on this.
Oh.
Nolan, a major threat and sidesteps the Spear of Destruction on his way out.
Honestly, I don't even know if
but he can summon. He can like summon himself at the spear.
0-0 and 2, but the
but it has to hit some.
There, Nolan is looking scary at 9 minutes in.
Yeah, and now they're going to go ahead, start putting some pressure on. They need to kind of make something happen here as Mobazane getting locked onto by Nats.
Yeah, both sides still finding a way to engage, and right now Cloud9 having a little bit of the upper edge. Shark forced to use I'm offended. Marcuti holding on to that heavy spin, right? He's just waiting. He knows Mobazane is going to go in for it, but if he can hold on to it, then effectively he can nullify it. He can cancel it out with the heavy spin of his own. Speaking of Mobazane, down to 50% HP. That heavy spin may come out a little early, but Zane doesn't want to let it go, but he's being punished by Ness. He's going to force it out. There's the heavy spin, which means this should be a secured objective for the side of Cloud9 as Ness, the distraction, and the utility baiter.
Ooh, and just like that, I mean, that's the sacrificial lamb.
Oh no, Cold
World.
Nice.
Dives in, and they are able, Cloud9 able to secure, using that depth to secure an objective.
They're gonna take this?
BTK does at least get a tower out of it. They get a little bit of ground back. They break.
We need to mop all towers.
Having Nat's gone means that front wall for Cloud9 is kind of gone. They need to try to get out of this Lord position without losing barely any material. I don't know. It's definitely a tough spot, but getting that kill, even though they lose Lord, it does help balance the table.
Yeah, and right now the table is set for Cloud9 to push into that tier 3 turret, possibly in the mid lane. May find an opportunity for an engagement on the bot side as well. Look at Zane's positioning though. I mean, he's behind Cloud9 right now. He could get a pin on the wall. Zia could go in for the damage, but is it the most viable answer, especially with not having the numbers on their side?
And now we're starting to see
look at that damage.
Yeah, Frigid Glacier as a response. There's the heavy spin we were looking for. but the demonic force back to the mid-river from Ness.
I like it. He was. I mean, I don't think. I think.
What the fuck, T-Rex was? How do you do?
Don't know if it was meant to go that way, but it ended up working out perfectly. Couple towers do go down for the side of BTK. But even with the Sakai pick, even with the question of it, it feels like BTK are not out of this. I mean, could get out of this still yet.
They're holding this.
They're not out of this. They could still find themselves some positives here. Ooh, nice time offended.
Yeah, right now looking for that positive, trying to hold on to the tier 3 turret in the mid lane, but Cloud9 on them like a fly on the wall. Not going to try and allow them that opportunity for the defensive push back up, but they're doing a great job. I mean, they're still providing that control. Zane, I mean, on the Sakai, right? I mean, if he has a heavy spin, he can provide a good barrier, especially against that objective.
So taking a look at the items real fast, I want to take a look at Basic because this man has been farming. He's been hungry. He's been doing his thing, and he just locked in the Wind of Nature, and we're starting to see him get a little bit more involved with these fights. We're starting to see him kind of
That's in best player 1. Great addition, Psycho. Nice pickups. Thanks.
He's getting out of that engagement. Too much crowd control. I mean, it's like a deer in the headlights right there. Best player. He knew. He just knew.
Where did Milo go?
Kill over to the Bloodthirsty.
Here's the sub.
Oh man, but just like that, they're able to reply, putting some damage onto mid. But man, BTK holding on to this mid tower for dear life.
It is the last thing standing. It is the one thing between them and Annihilation, but not completely.
If they get this mid tower, they're gonna be able to get Lord a lot easier.
Cloud9 just gains complete control, so I think it's very well done that they're able to do this. And C9 are not any slouches. They're not.
Oh my God, Basic's eating Zane alive now.
To try to take it down. Lord gonna be up in just a few seconds with BTK not being that far behind.
Oh no!
Oh, big play.
Oh no! Gotta punish him.
Wait a second, Nas, Marcuti rushing to the bot side, grabs the I'm offended. Does he go for the setup on Zia? Not able to connect Zia. Able to expand the distance back to safety, and yeah, BTK holding on to that tier 3 turret, allowing them to
attack the Lord, Basic.
On the bot side, and now the battle for the Lord on the way.
Oh,
no. Gets it for BTK and finds Cobra. Zia will find Basic. 3 members down for Cloud9.
God damn it, boys.
Catching their footing.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Their footing.
Happened to the casters.
I know there were a lot of doubters, including me, in the Akai right there. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of holding my breath.
It was only because Carlos got picked there at the bottom lane.
We're that's about 15 seconds long right now.
One more, boys. Come on.
Overall, just in control. I mean, BTK have taken control at this point, and Cloud9 wants to go for the split pushing. BTK found the answers. In a matter of games, BTK seems to have finally started to pull Cloud9's card.
It just shows you how strong that tier 3 turret in the mid lane is. I mean, look how much it's turned this game around. They got a Lord. They're able to force them down to their inhibitor turrets. It's a completely full 180 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and now the play on the way for the bot side. Cold World Immortality being that's gonna be the winner crown.
God damn it, bro!
With the Lord intact. Numbers in BTK's favor. They're looking.
More, dude.
Number 5.
That was a good start, though.
Numbers down for the side of Cloud9. Marquis falls. Zia finding Basic, best player by himself. And BTK.
God damn, I thought we had that. That seemed like it was ours.
But no more minions in play. May have bought him a window of opportunity, some breathing room.
Literally.
And they're able to hold on. Look at the health of the base crystal.
7 seconds for Cold World.
That is amazing right now. Like, I can't believe. Oh, this might be it.
Aurora is just too fucking crazy, bro. Ruby Aurora.
Able to take game number 5 against Cloud9.
Ooh, just when you thought it was over, BTK looking like they could pull out a reverse sweep here.
I mean, just very well done. I mean, we're still working our way, but BTK, I mean, just with that game right there, it felt like even after they fall behind, they this time had the answers. Cloud9 has been a team that has just been working around everything that BTK has brought to them, but now, I mean, it just feels like BTK is a completely different team, right? It feels like they are coming into this. Everyone is on point. Zia, Shark, Fly Chicken, even Hoon, is just landing those skills and making everything count.
Oh, gentlemen, listen to this. We are effectively one game away from potentially tying up this series and going to a game 7 again. BTK, every time they're in this situation, they make it happen.
Bro, I don't even know what to say here right now. The picks, I was really doubting the damage to come out from BTK through here, but the immense amount of CC that came out from them, able to really control this game right from the get-go. They did lose 2 objectives there. I want to say a great job by the side of BTK to read those situations and know, you know what, let's go ahead and back off. They can have these 2 turtles. We don't need to get it, but when it comes to the Lord, when it comes to protecting our mid, man, they did such a great job.
So does this mean now, just when in doubt, pick a Kai? Just when in doubt. I mean, people are gonna hate on it, but he made it work very well. Even at the end there, the double man pin. But also, we gotta give some props to Hoon there, man. Man went 0 deaths on the Aurora. He was shining, you know. And Hoon's been in this weird place for me lately. He's been in this place where I'm wondering, like, you know, where's that aggressive Hoon that we used to know and love? And today, these past 2 games, he's been bringing it.
I mean, BTK's out here making their own meta, this NACT, and it's definitely thriving for the last 2 games. And as we see some of the engagements from the last match, yeah, definitely impressive. Has the world speechless. I mean, at a moment there, it looked like Cloud9 was in full control, but then again, Mobazane getting the double pin on the wall and them able to turn it back around in their favor has put them in a position to take control of this series, right? I mean, right now, if they win this next game, it's a game 7, which means effectively the chances of them being able to push through is a lot higher than it was in the beginning of the series.
Well, I mean, that's technically unbeaten in game 7s right now, so that's what they're looking to kind of bring this to. And this was that gank that we saw onto best player down at the bottom, and it just is such a, this is that long heavy spin. I was just sitting here like, man, somebody needs to hit that retribution. Did such a great job, and then the final push coming out from BTK to close up and seal the deal.
Definitely felt like one of the longest heavy spins we have ever seen. It was just going on and on and on, and I'm sure Basic felt it. And even here in this last push, Basic just not really able to get in there. He has to wait for the heavy spin to finish. He has to watch out for the Frigid Glacier. Overall, BTK just they were able to layer so many of those skills so well in those team fights. And even when Cloud9 found a few answers with the IMU, BTK found ways to work around it.
They did, and it was impressive.
And the question kind of comes up now, what do you adjust to that now they can pull out in a Kai and be successful? Not just in a Kai, but in a Kai with, what was it, just the Moskov, just, you were talking about Hoon on the Aurora there, which, I mean, maybe he needs to start laying down. That's the one difference that we saw from the playoffs in the season game. He was sitting upright. Now he's laying down. He's found his zen. He is with it right now.
All right, so stay laid down. Stay laid down. That's the plan, right?
He's meditating, right? He's channeling his inner chakra and ready to deal some massive damage and punish Cloud9. And so far, it's been very effective. Not the way I expected this series to go at all, right? I didn't expect to see a YSS picked up and put into the goal lane. I didn't expect to see an Akai jump out here. But nonetheless, BTK is getting it done, and they're one step closer to evening out this series. Now for Cloud9, it kind of raises the question, was it overconfidence that's causing these issues, right? Did they just get a little overconfident knowing, oh, we're up by not just 2 games, you know, potentially 3 games, and we don't have to really worry about the climb back from BTK. And that overconfidence is starting to rain back on them now. I feel like they can feel the pressure now. They didn't feel it before, but it's definitely there now.
You know, and last time we saw BTK, they finally won on red side. They won on blue side before that. Now we're back to blue side where we saw them get the Julian, and they get the Julian again. So you know, they seem to be back in the driver's seat of the draft in a sense. They found some answers, and with this Julian pick, the Ruby is a great steal, but with the Julian pick, does it, you know, give us even more possibilities for that game number 7? Cold World, though, Ruby, great answer.
And I'm wondering, okay, I was about to say, they either take the Phobius or they take the Aurora here, which would, I want to say the Aurora and the Ruby might have been a little crazy there. That would have completely sealed off any kind of frontal assault coming from BTK there. But on a point that was just brought up about the pressure starting to get up, we already know BTK, they've been at that downhill on that back foot before where they were at a huge disadvantage. I don't know that Cloud9 has ever been in a position. Nobody's ever pushed them that far to where they've starting to come from behind. You've got 2 games now for the side of BTK here. And I'm wondering if maybe that's going to start affecting Cloud9, if that's going to be something that comes into play.
You know, it's kind of funny. Maybe it just takes time for BTK to warm up, right? I mean, when we saw them in week 2, it was 3-1. When we saw them in the upper bracket finals, it was 3-1. But we didn't go to a game number 4, right? We didn't get to see a game number 4 BTK. And this is what happens after the 3-1. So now we'll be able to see exactly how this kind of plays out for them. And like we said, if they win this game, then it's a 50-50, right? It's a 50-50 in a game 7, which drastically increases the odds of their success rate. And they're riding on the momentum of already having 2 wins in a row. But like Trex mentioned, he had a little bit of that fumble once he saw that Ruby pop in there. And I don't blame him for it. I think it's really great this early in the draft, right? It's great to secure for a couple of reasons, because you can flex it into the roam position, into the XP lane, and not traditionally run it into the goal lane. But with that Phobius locked in, we know it's at least not going to be in the XP role. So it's a good read. And you can definitely tell with this draft around that Cloud9 is definitely going heavy meta, as heavy as possible. But when BTK, the Moskov pickup is what they're prioritizing. And that's been very effective for them so far.
And along with that Aurora, right? I mean, there's just overall, it feels like we're actually seeing some trades happen now. BTK's finally put C9 to a point in the draft where, okay, yeah, you take the Ruby and the Phobius, but we get the Aurora and the Moskov plus the Julian. And in some of those games that BTK was losing, it didn't feel like C9 was actually trading with them. It just felt like C9 was taking and taking. And BTK has gotten into that groove now where it's like, okay, we know what we need to prioritize. We know what you want to prioritize. We know what's important in these matchups. And they're going for it. Mark Cutie, though, are on the gun. C9 on the gun for first pick and second phase.
Yeah, and especially now, I'm kind of wondering, though, we do kind of have some priority. Like you said, they have the Moskov out there. We have the Aurora. I do like the Aurora and having the Julian for Mobazane, but what do we do to answer the Phobius? Which is going, and now we have the Lu Yi, which is going to create this huge amount of map pressure against BTK. Well, we've seen this before, man, especially when it comes to using that diversion ultimate. You can teleport anywhere on the map, which means that nowhere is safe during these objective fights. Even if you just check the bush, you have to be worried about that coming a second later.
Yeah, I mean, now Cloud9 has the element of surprise to keep BTK on their toes. There's the R-Lot, you know, we don't get to see the R-Lot too often. It's going to be great here, especially being able to proc from all the crowd control from the side of BTK, right? You have the Aurora, you also have the Guinevere on top of that with the Julian. Guinevere, that's another one we haven't seen in a while, but definitely BTK pickup for sure. And that should be Shark for the most part. Picking that up, that is going to be a roam, I believe. I mean, technically, you could put into the XP lane and run the R-Lot roam, but I think it would be more effective with the Guinevere for these setups.
That is a head scratcher right there, and I still don't know. We're going to see it now. Shark will be on the Guinevere. Fried chicken on the R-Lot.
One more shot.
I'm just trying to think about this. Yes, I guess it closes the distance on a basic. It can get the knockup onto Nats and stop him in his tracks. It is definitely unconventional. And let's not forget, this is still match point for Cloud9, but BTK was the team that just won with the Akai, right? They were the team that just won with their own meta. So can they do it again?
Just about to say, throw out every single thing you think you know about meta and counter picks.
Oh, so damn nail biting, huh, chat?
Drafting here. We're gonna see if this Gwen kind of pulls in there, especially because Whole World is going to have the Ruby instead of Shark. So you're not going to be able to punish Basic as much for getting in close with that carry. We're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Game 5 of BTK versus Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely going to have to bring their A game for BTK. Another shot to be able to get a potential reverse sweep.
The giveaway is today, yes.
Cloud9, again, sitting at match point. They just need one victory to claim that crown.
Okay, so I know why the Guinevere is good, right? Because when you're up against a Ruby, you can't walk up to the Ruby, but you can jump on top of the Ruby. So maybe that's the answer, right? I mean, maybe that's the thought here. If you're able to get the knock up onto Cold, and it's the same thing with Nats, you can't really walk up to the Phoveus. But if you're able to just jump on top and get that instant CC, maybe that's the answer here.
Yeah, but you see right now we got 3 Purifies on the side of Cloud9, so it's going to have to be very careful about when we kind of jump in, who we're going for. If we go for Marcuti, we're going to need to make sure that that Purify is already expended, because you could pretty much become a lightning rod to your team as they connect those yin-yangs.
Yeah, I was going to say also with Marcuti, the diversion plays are going to be something we got to keep a close eye on, right? We see players pick up the Lu Yi and sometimes they're not very aggressive, but we see other players, every time that diversion's available, they use it to teleport across the map and find an opportunity.
In this shit, boys, come on, I believe in you.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, we're back to kind of both teams playing things slow, right? The Lu Yi, like you mentioned, once it gets to that level 4, with Cloud9 already being a pretty heavy macro-orientated team, a team that wants to jump around, play off lanes, play angles, it works very well with their play style. Though it's not as popular, I think it's still very threatening in the hands of Marcuti and in the hands of Cloud9.
Yeah, and we're starting to kind of dance around this objective. It does look like Cloud9 going to go ahead and possibly turn away. Best player looking for an angle.
Yeah, trying to find a window of opportunity. Mobazane, best player, both in retry distance. There goes Nasta with the separation. Chicken able to find Marcuti off screen for first blood, and Turtle will be reset.
All right, so at this point, Turtle reset, BTK getting buffs, Cloud9 getting buffs, big meetup, big brawl at the first Turtle. Probably going to be a lot more action than we've seen in the first few minutes of the past 2 games.
Yeah, they're vying for a position here right now, resetting it again. Fly Chicken doing a good job of trying to keep it busy for them. They do have a little bit of a clash down at the bottom. No worse for wear are either of them, but still a little bit of respect paid for both of them. Still tie game when it comes to the goal, but just 1 kill in favor of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, great pickoff too. Able to find the mid laner, right? Marcuti need to be a little bit more passive. He needs to use these diversion plays to have the element of surprise, but you can't be surprised with these early pickoffs. Speaking of surprises, though, BTK doing a great job on maintaining the pressure and the momentum they've already gained from those 2 wins in a row.
Nice.
Get the steal on the Turtle, but possible punish on the way.
Damn, dude, the freeze.
Right, Chicken able to find best player. Chicken will fall as well, though. Marcuti able to find him.
I think that's a good trade, though. A good trade for BTK there. They do lose Turtle, but they get a kill on the jungler. They lose Fried Chicken. It's maybe an even trade, Private.
Yeah, I mean, they lose a Turtle and a kill, so I mean, it's just narrowly up for Cloud9 right there. And man, it's just you gotta be a little bit more quicker to the dial there if you're Mobazane. You cannot be losing those early objectives, especially when they had such an advantage in the numbers at that fight.
Yeah, we know, like, you give a team a little bit of an advantage and they make the most out of it, especially when it comes to the top 2 in North America. Now, Shark on this Guinevere, how are we feeling about it so far? I think it's great when it has the mobility and also the survivability, the spatial migration, not only to close the distance, but also play as an escape maneuver as well.
Yeah, I think it just worked pretty well. We just saw it right against the Phoveus. Got the big knockup just because it's able to so quickly. Wait a second, diversion.
Quickly. I think we need a new word for how fast Mobazane was shredded.
How did they not get a kill? Oh, they killed Zane. Nice.
Looks like they're going to go in and try and take the farm as well. No, yeah,
kill,
looks like they may actually go in for it. A quick pickoff for Cloud9.
Man, and we were talking about this, how well that's going to start coming into play, especially for a team like Cloud9, who macro just seems to be one of their specialties.
So, I mean, at this point, now the paranoia is going to start to set in, right? For BTK, it's like, what bullshit is safe? Which way is safe? They can always be lurking. So, vision is going to be key. Shark is going to have to start playing on the opposite side of river a bit more. Everyone's going to need to be communicating about where the enemy is at all time, taking a look at the items, Zia is doing
my
okay
God.
as long as he doesn't get caught off here.
Yeah, Colroad looking for the I'm offended play. Able to catch Zia stuck on the wall.
Nice.
The safety and Mark Cutie with the final touches.
Fucking
takes him
yes.
down.
Every time I mention Zia.
That is unfortunate for him. He was looking for an angle he didn't have.
Like this fucking mid tower, bro.
Fast enough, and by the time he was finally able to find that little dash, he did.
Let's end this fucking shit, boy.
Yeah, so I mean now Basic gets a tower. He can start getting involved in these fights. It's a rough spot for Zia. It's gonna be some time now until he can really catch up and get involved because he's always gonna have to be worried about that lane.
Oh, speaking of lanes, a lot of action in the mid-river.
Nice.
Chicken, but
Nice gets picked up.
As Shark getting the kill on this Guinevere. Best player.
Oh, how did that miss?
Uses the retribution, not able to get the fracture off.
Why don't they press the
And Shark
tower?
remain alive. Back to the base he goes.
Yeah, right now the gold lead is starting to expand for Cloud9 Mobazane.
Ooh, trying to find a pickoff on the best player, but
Ooh.
Whole World closing the distance. Mobazane, a wise decision to disengage.
Oh, more action though.
Yeah, you are going to find Zia
Huh?
taking down best player. Can still play called out on to Zia, trying to find the punish. You see a lot of golden staffs being picked up as well for that attack speed. And Zane able to take the tier 3 on the bot side.
Yeah, and we're starting to match up, I want to say, when it comes to towers. One tower for both of them right now. So, I mean, it's still a very even game. No firm leads just yet for BTK or for Cloud9.
Yeah, so taking a look back at these items in that gold lane. Last time we saw Zia with a nice lead over Basic, but this time Basic is definitely a bit ahead, right? We're looking at almost a 1,000 gold lead into the hands of Basic. Zia hasn't even finished his second item, and we're getting to the 8-minute mark soon where you need to almost be there. At that point, 8-9 minutes, you should be kind of getting into possibly that third item, like half of your third item build, couple pieces of it. So Zia, it's going to be a minute until maybe even 10 or 11 until he can really pop off.
Yeah, and you can see the Malefic Roar picked up as well from best player for that pin. Dealing a lot of damage on this Nolan already, but BTK still finding a way to the objective, in control for a possible turtle.
Get in. What the fuck, Mar?
Sonic Force dropping down, stun on the chicken, Frigid Glacier, and a Spirit
Oh,
Destruction
no.
combination. Best
Chicken.
player, no worries.
Get them, get them.
Won't be able to find fried chicken.
Nice.
BTK forced out of the turtle pit.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Yeah, forced out there.
Oh,
Oh, on the
nice.
Mobazane!
Oh man, I think the bounty.
Fucking
on his head
take
right
this
there
mid-tier
was,
tower,
definitely
bro.
More of a trial than that turtle. Able to secure
Thank
not
you,
only the
Jesus
turtle,
Christ.
Finding Mobazane and a tier
End this
two
shit,
mid lane.
boys. End this shit.
Cloud9 now, I mean, at this point, they're well ahead. I mean, and it's match point. If this continues this way, it is looking rough for BTK. Zane's taken 2 deaths, 0 kills. He's a level behind best player, and that's going to continue to stack because best player's just able to farm as Mobazane's stuck in the graveyard waiting
Now
to
let the
come
boys
back.
come
And
in.
I'm wondering, you know, Shark, he's 0 deaths, but we haven't seen that big violent Requiem. They need to get some sort of combo. They have to get some sort of cohesion in between the members of their team.
Yeah, and it's going to kind of, you're looking for the combination with Hoon possibly. I mean, I have not seen kind of like that Wombo combo coming out from them, especially when the Frigid Glacier comes out. We don't see Shark kind of capitalizing on it, and right now it's the pick. It is a good pick. I see the genius in it. It's just right now it has not paid its dividends.
Yeah, and Marcuti doing pretty good on this Louis. 3-1-3, highest kills in the game so far. And they still have that element of surprise for Cloud9, right? Some sneaky down plays may be on the way. There goes the special migration play for the setup on the best player.
Oh, fucking A, bro.
With the alley-oop, able to shut him down, and that'll be best player out of the game right now for Cloud9.
They have to get a
Which
pick.
is huge, right? Lord's about to be up in 20 seconds. Taking best player down is going to be important. It's going to give them a nice position. Maybe they can steal some jungle. They
Keeps
keep
getting
control of
caught,
the
bro.
map. And maybe even fight for this next Lord, as they're not too far behind in gold, right? It's still very doable if they get the correct positioning.
Yeah, and that was a perfect example of what I was talking about, is kind of chaining together that CC. You saw the spatial migration landed, and then the Violet Requiem, and then you saw the freeze come out from Hoon there. Oh.
Yeah, you're going to see the I'm offended from Colroad. A little premature, though. I mean, you found Shark, but that's not really the one you want to set up, especially for this Lord play, and now a possible punish.
Whole world just get absolutely fucking destroyed.
In the last minute for BTK.
The stacking of skills is definitely happening as Private Stead. BTK finding some flow in their fights.
Speaking of flow, special migration in and out as well, knocking up NACT, and now Cloud9 trying to punish, trying to force out BTK from the Lord Pit, but they're not going to let it go for free. Conceal play called out from Shark, but not able to find the setup they're looking for.
Oh, and they're going to go ahead. They're going to reset that Lord right there. But you do have best player. He's still looking to go ahead and put on the damage there. Mark Cutie from the side finds himself some damage. And another reset. Man, both these guys dancing around.
Yeah, they got to watch out for Shark, though. Shark gets a big Violent Requiem, and he was searching for it there. He's been hanging out of that mid-bush so much around these neutral objectives, keeping his eyes out, but I feel like Cloud9, you know, they kind of sense that something's there. They know not to overextend, but if Shark lands something, if it's a big two-man Violent Requiem, it could definitely be the turnaround. Cloud9 at this point just need to play it safe. They need to be careful about the way they move on. They need to keep vision.
And Vision is really on Shark, right? He's able to let them know the state of the Lord, and now BTK trying to rush in, not going to be able to close the distance. Best player will be able to secure it. Marquis taking down Basic. Zane responding back, finds NACT. Basic taking down Zia. A 2-for-2 trade, but Cloud9 secures the Lord.
Man, that speedy light wheel. I mean, Zio was still able to find the kill onto Basic, but the speedy light wheel already had like 3 or 4 auto attacks out there lying and waiting for Zia by the time he found the kill. And even with dashing away, still gets taken down. Now, BTK going to have to answer the Lord.
I mean, with them taking down a few members of Cloud9, it should be a very, you know, maybe not too bad of an answer. I don't think best player wants to push it. He might try here. We'll see. Hoon isn't waiting for him. But I think at this point, we're kind of still at the stalemate.
Yeah, good thing Mobazane did not step into that bush, because he was going to get the fracture of a lifetime.
Yeah, and you see another diversion comes out there. This time, BTK, Fly Chicken, does catch a little bit of damage, but no worse for wear. And I want to say this is the kind of... Oh, Mobazane!
Look at how much damage he just dished out. Able to take down best player, but need to be careful. Cloud9 trying to circle around, but BTK following up to keep Zane in the battle. Zia finding that. Whole world may be next. Not able to sustain himself, and Zia able to find the kill. 3 members down for Cloud9, and a chance for BTK to push.
From out of nowhere, 3 kills unanswered, starting with best player, moving into a bush. Mobazane finds the burst damage and quickly shuts his eyes on that.
You were talking about a fracture of a lifetime. Well, Zane had an enhanced chains of a lifetime right there. My guy responded. He heard you talking. He was ready for it. And BTK on the brink right now of bringing this to a game number 7. Shark
in this shit.
Man.
Stop messing up.
Plenty of defense to handle. Has the Athena shield. Looks like might even be going for an offensive item as his third here, just to really rub some salt in the wound.
Yeah, the best player's been having a little bit of a hard performance, right? He's 1-4-2 on this Nolan, unlike Zane, 2-2-5. And I mean, he's just rotating around, getting these objectives and able to find the opportunity to even out the playing field. And not only just even it out, I mean, technically, BTK is pretty much in favor, especially taking down that tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
What are they thinking?
Yeah, and a firm, no, not a firm, but a decent gold lane. Like we talked about before, BTK's shown
what are they
well
waiting
they can
for?
perform even on the back foot, even when they're at a deficit. Having even just the littlest bit of gold in their favor means that they're starting to have a big positive upswing in these fights, in this game right now. And man, Cloud9 need to be careful. You cannot continually make some of those mistakes, because we were talking about the momentum that BTK has. They find one kill and they're able to kind of continue on with the snowball.
Yeah, I mean, and that momentum's definitely going to be tough to beat, right? Because as you said, they were behind in gold coming out on top of a fight. Now that they're ahead, does that mean these are definite wins for them? I think for Cloud9, they still, I mean, at this point, do they maybe go for more of the macro play? Maybe kind of get basic back in that offlane, send Cole World, kind of push BTK. I don't know if they can take BTK on just 5v5 right now. They need to play the map.
And, you know, we were asking a question about the Guinevere and how effective it's been, and it's working really well for Shark.
In this shit, we just need one more game, bro.
Second on these Lord plays, and that's making the difference for BTK to be able to get a lot of information, and then also chaining it up. I mean, there's even times where you'll see Hoon. He sees the spatial migration go in. He knows he connects. He sees the Violent Requiem from Shark. He uses even a flicker to close the distance with the Frigid
In this shit here, bro. Oh, game 7.
Right now, a lot of worry from both of these teams, being very careful. Each one of them, I say right now, especially Cloud9, on their side, they're waiting to catch somebody out. They need BTK to make a mistake because I want to say the fear has been put into them. A little bit of PTSD from some of those last fights right now. BTK ahead, starting on the Lord.
Yeah, Basic's going to join this fight. He uses the diversion play as well, so he's not going to go for the split push.
They do it. Whoa, wait a second.
Nice. How in the fuck?
All the way downtown with that one. May have made a mistake, able to get back to the Lord pit, but BTK, they know their window of opportunity is short.
Oh!
Able to find best player. No retribution for Cloud9. Moba Zane finding Ness. Next on the chopping block is Mark Beauty as Zia gets the double, and BTK takes the Lord.
I've been waiting
What the fuck is this, bro?
He finally does it.
Yeah, you were even talking about how far he was
Come
behind.
on,
He's
bro.
going to be the 11 minute. It took
Come
16 minutes, but
on.
he's there right now.
Only 16. It was only 16 minutes. All right, guys. Zia finally makes it. Lord, pushing in, Wheezy.
He is fucking carrying this game, bro.
The inhibitor in the mid lane, and BTK now gaining control of this game. Cloud9, a few mistakes may have costed them this game. They're going in. The window of opportunity is there. Lord marching to the base. Crystal. Zia taking an inhibitor. The knockup. Corona immortality proc. Marquini finding chicken. Another turret will drop. You're going to see Ness find Shark, Zane find Ness. Trading blows back and forth, but Cloud9 has the number 2 with the flicker in.
For the lore, boys.
Trying to find a kill, but not going to find it. Only minions in the mid lane standing, and BTK forced to retreat.
Ooh, that game, they were really kind of dancing on that tightrope a little bit, lingering a little too long in BTK's oh man.
Ooh.
Make a play.
Caught the cat by its tail.
Why?
BTK able to go back to safety.
Zia too
I'm
fed?
standing up now, guys. I'm out of my seat. I'm standing up. We're on the brink of a possible game 7. It's about to go down. And as you were saying,
Atlas, come.
What you're saying, Private, because they were playing
Atlas,
with death
come.
right there. The 3 of them hanging out next to that crystal.
Atlas.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, they were able to kind of pull back a bit. They saw it a little bit smarter there.
Eddie, what's wrong?
There was
Come
that
here.
bloodthirst in them. You could sense it. They really wanted to close it out, but a smarter,
Tired?
cooler heads prevailed. They have the lead. Why start making crazy plays now?
Oh, here's a crazy play though. Conceal called in. Shark not gonna connect with the spatial. Oh my goodness! Able to get it. Marquini finding Shark. Zia finding Basic. Wait a second, that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
What?
Will they be able to get more? Cobra very low. Zia, 50% HP. Minions may be the difference here. BTK still pushing through. Best player very low. Chicken able to find it. And BTK takes the base crystal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 7.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, even I lost a little hope from those first 3 games, but BTK came to deliver.
BTK letting the world know that if Cloud9 can win 3 games in a row, so can we. And now it's the fated best of 1. I gotta give it up to Zia, man. I feel like I've been waiting all season for the Zia pop-off, and he finally delivered. Even after I cursed him a few times, even after I said it's gonna take a while, he took a while, but he got there.
All right, look, if we pull out statistics, right? The chance of BTK turning this around and going to a Game 7 was so unlikely. That is such a hard thing to be able to pull off, and you definitely got to give them credit where it's due. And not only that, this is officially the 3rd time we've seen the NACT go to a Game 7.
That just shows you the fortitude. It shows you the experience coming from BTK, not to be frazzled, not to be taken down, not to lose hope or confidence. They stayed stalwart. They stayed stone-faced in the face of a 3-game deficit. Now answering it back here, even with giving up the Phoveus there, even giving up the answer that we thought was in the Ruby, able to find a clapback.
Oh man, we're at a place right now that even though it is oh so familiar to us on the NA desk, it still feels fresh. It still feels impossible every time. And you mentioned statistics, Wheezy. I think BTK probably came into this with underdog statistics, right? They came into this maybe 40% win possibility, 30% win possibility, and then pushed all the way to match point. So the odds were just getting lower as it went, man, and they're still showing up. Man, and everyone on the team just played so cleanly on BTK. Cloud9, on the other hand, their approach to the game is changing, and I don't know if it's a good thing.
You want to know something crazy? This is a moment in the history where the Cloud9 fans and the BTK fans, they put down the pitchforks, they put down the torches, and they sit down and grab some popcorn, and they enjoy the show, because that's what we're about to be seeing today. The 50-50 is on the way.
America.
That was my eagle, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. But you can take a look here right from the game here, man. They were still, you saw there, even finding some of those diversions there, even being able to find Zia on there. It took some time for this to come online, but BTK stayed stone-faced. Like I said, they were able to kind of force a lot of these fights there. They forced it underneath the tower, and then when you got to the point where they were able to get the lead, where they were in the lead, to be able to find some of these turtle fights, these objective fights in their favor.
Man, just taking a look at these replays, man, it's like, do we even talk about it? Do we even really focus on this? But we have to, because for a bit there, we could see it was C9 in the lead, and there was fights like this where they would get dragged out, and it looked messy. But they were always able to trade up, and I think that was the big turning point right there. We saw some insane burst damage. We saw the enhanced chains come out, best player off the map, more members of C9 falling, and this is when the gold lead finally shifted over to BTK.
It's the inner bloodthirst they're channeling right there to be able to make it work in their favor, because there was a lot of time in that match where Cloud9 was the one who was looking like the favorite in terms of the odds working in their favor. But BTK, they have the comeback potential, right? We know they have the Grandfinals buff, and right now they're buffed out.
Really buffed out. It's even that last play there, the very last play when Shark, I thought it was bad, like the duality procs, and he's not able to get his jump to get the Violent Requiem. And he's got 1 health, and he's like, all right, one more try. Let's do this again. Still gets the double knockup, man. That is the relentlessness of BTK. And I think if there's a way that I could just coin that team in one word, it's relentless, man. It is just that inability to give up, right? And that's what they bring to the table every year.
The one thing that kind of is on my mind is you may have faced a BTK in the season, you may have faced a BTK in the playoffs, but you have yet to face a BTK in the Grand Finals, which is, for almost all intents and purposes, is a completely different team on a different level right now. And we're going to see if Cloud9 can stack up to that. It's do or die time. We've been saying that the entire cast, but this is it. There's one game left. This is where all the marbles count. This is what it is all for.
It's make it or break it. We're at the top of the ladder, top of the mountain. You can't get any higher than this, and what better way to bring it than a game number 7 between BTK and Cloud9? We've seen it once, we've seen it twice, but hey, a third time, that's almost impossible. Literally like getting struck by lightning 3 times in a row, and that's just the luck that we've been having so far in NACT, and I love to see it. And also, it's crazy? Every time we're on a 3 panel with us 3, this always happens.
Yeah, it's the curse. It's the blessing. It's whatever you want to call it. It's the nobody's going to sleep tonight, whether you're in NA or overseas. You've been up for a while watching this, but I think it's paid off, right? I think it's definitely paid off. I got a question for you too, though, right? If BTK came into this series as the underdogs at 30, whatever percentage you gave him, do we think it's 50-50 now? Is Cloud9 still the favorite, or is BTK even the playing field?
There is no way that anybody thinks that this is not a 50-50 right now. We've talked about it, and I know it kind of sometimes comes down to superstition and things like that, but the fact that you've said it before, you talked that BTK has that dog in them, Zayn has that dog in them. This is where that actually comes to fruition, is when you're at like your absolute worst, where like there's like you were looking at a sweep against BTK. Cloud9 had those 3 games here right now. This is where the men are made when it comes to these games, when it comes to keeping that focus and making sure that you continue on, not looking forward into all the next games, but just the game that's right in front of you. And BTK have shown how well that they can do that.
Yeah, that exact point, right? Don't focus on, oh, we got to win 3 in a row. We just got to win this game, right? Just focus on this one. We win it. Let's go on the next one. And that seems that was the game plan for BTK. And now, hey, here we are. Game number 7.
Private.
Yeah,
I think you got something for us.
Gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to the final game here. It is game 7. If you have lost faith in it, here it is. If you had plans Sunday night, I'm sorry. You're talking about North America here, the NACT. We have the best of the best, both so evenly matched here. But we're going to jump right into the final draft.
It's the final countdown, the final stretch between both of top teams in North America, Cloud9 and BTK. Okay, the draft is in. Phobius is still available. Cloud9 is first pick. Do they go for that, or do they actually banned the Moskov here? And we talked about the Moskov being a threat.
I was gonna say they finally had to switch up bans on C9. They had to throw something else in those 3 bans, man. The Moskov taken out. Respect to Zia. Julian picked up, and I feel like we've been talking about BTK all night long. C9, what do they do?
Man, so you have the Julian picked up here. I'm saying the priority for me here is Aurora, possibly Ruby, maybe Phobius. They've let Phobius go out there. I'm thinking that maybe BTK, they don't really feel like it is an issue for them, but they're going to pick up Zuxin.
Not question BTK anymore. We don't question BTK anymore. They've come back 3 games. This Zuxin's good. Anything's good.
We just got to let that draft roll no matter what it is, all right? But, I mean, maybe if he pulls out the Fanny, then I'll be like, okay, this is insane. That's the only thing that would surprise me right here for BTK is if that happened. But you are going to see the Zuxin pulled out over there from Hoon, and that's going to be a very big threat. They pick up the Julian. This is a textbook play, right? Hey, we can't ban out everything, but technically if you pick up the Julian, it's the same as banning it out from Zayn being able to pick that, which is going to force him in an awkward position. That's 3 technical plays that Mobile Zayn can't go. He can't go for the Alpha, he can't go for the Suyo, and he can't go in for that Julian.
Yes, I mean, at this point, I think Phobius could definitely be a solid pick here. They can always jump back to the Akai, right? They can always just go to something like that. Ban out the Valentina in your second phase. Stop Mark Cutie from having that counter possibility. There are still plenty of answers for the side of BTK, at least from what we saw. But the Julian, the Ruby, and Basic on this Claude definitely looks fearsome, right? It is definitely comfort for the side of them, and it pulls away a lot of comfort for BTK.
And then we had talked about how strong some of these picks were. A lot of like what has been a factor in some of the last BTK victories has been taken off the board. Moskov out, Aurora out. Now they weren't picked up by the side of Cloud9, but they were banned out by both sides here. The Ruby now on the side of Cloud9. Wan, I mean, I want to say it's Zia's comfort pick. We didn't see a huge showing from it in the last few games when he was on it last. But I have to wonder. I mean, I'm glad that we're not prioritizing Zane here. That was one of the biggest things I was worried about when it comes to this draft. Is his pool, is our thought process that we need to get Zane on something he favors early, or can we let that slide and get some other priorities on the rest of the team? And it looks like that's where they're going here. They're allowing the rest of the team to get comfortable, then allow Zane to get on whatever he needs to. And he's shown that he can be flexible with some of these and doesn't exactly have to rely on just those 4 or 3 picks that we thought.
I think you're right on the money with that, right? I mean, I think Cloud9 gave up on the plan to ban out Zane, especially because, I mean, he has the Akai still available. So they're not going to ban that one out. I think they're just going to take that risk. Now, the Valentina is still on the table, so it could be picked up from the side of Cloud9. So if we do see that Akai slip through here, that still can work in Cloud9's favor. Then maybe wants something that BTK wants to ban out for their final ban before closing out that phase of the draft. But you know, the Cho, first pick on the board. I mean, it's interesting, right? Cho's been very effective. Is he first pick worthy? We'll see. But he can be flexed into that XP lane or roam position, and we've seen Chicken actually run the Cho this series, nonetheless. And he did a pretty decent job on it.
I gotta say, those last 2 bans that just came in were so they were poetic for me. You get the Phobius ban, and C9 immediately knows. Oh, then you want the R.
We went 7 games for the 3rd NACT in a fucking row.
They have this Cho locked in, right? Same thing, Ruby on the side of C9. Both teams still have options to give their EXP laners something if they want to swap out. But I just like the way I feel like we've gotten to a place in Game 7 where there's so much respect going to different members of the team. It is not one-man focused. We have a real game going on right now. BTK, next pick, is going to show. I got a feeling. Didn't think it was going to be that, but the Gattacacha comes in.
Yeah, I was about to kind of comment if we're going to have a little bit early game to kind of match out.
If he's going downstairs or something.
That ultimate right after level 3, he's going to start coming online. He's going to be that progressive powerhouse for them. They're going to need something to be able to combat that. And they already have the Cho out there.
Went the full night, man. Full fucking night.
Has kind of snuck in the last few weeks as one of these really huge and strategic markups for any team that has it there. There's what he can provide for the team, the vision, getting in there and out with the Jeet Kune Do and being able to kind of bait out a lot of these abilities.
Yo, there it goes. The Paquito back in action again. Pac-Man is back in the land of Dawn. But something interesting also with the draft is Cold World, right? He picked up this Rafaela. I mean, it's not the worst option. Now they have sustainability in their kit. You already have a marksman who can play for the survivability aspect with the BMI. And you also have NACT to make up the difference with the crowd control on top of best player with some crowd control of his own for the side of C9. But for BTK, I mean, the draft is looking strong, a lot stronger than the first 2 games we got to see them run. And right now, I think both sides have equal footing, the 50-50 on the way.
Fans got something good, huh?
Last time, it was actually a decent game for BTK in the early and mid. It was just that big collapse once the Hayabusa got online, once basic got online.
Do or die, Chad. Do or die
for BTK. So I'm not counting this Paquito out at all.
Oh.
The CC is there for the team, but Cloud9 has a very clean draft as well.
It's the final countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the final game. Game 7. Cloud9 taking on BTK. It's all or nothing.
And a chance at a reverse sweep. Who would have thought it? The BTK has been able to push on forward. Hoon meditating, laying on the couch. He knew the entire time. And right now, both sides at equal footing. A chance to claim that crown for North America.
All right, so do you think if BTK wins, Hoon will get up? Do we think he will get up if BTK wins? Or will he'll just close his eyes and go to sleep at that point? He's like, all right, it's finally time to rest. Coming into this game, though, looking at the drafts, I mean, I'm wondering, it already looks like it's getting pretty aggressive early on, and it does look like Shark is going to take the Gatad and Fried Chicken with that Cho and the XP.
Yeah, and Shark, we do have a little bit of a CC going on to Mark Cutie. He's going to dash himself to safety.
Yeah, gonna go back to safety. I mean, there's a lot of sustainability for the Blood.
Oh, good, Johnny, bro.
Right on the money with
everybody votes for their own teams, you know.
And again, we're gonna see Chicken on this show. He's gonna be paired up against Nass on the Ruby.
Yeah, Basic doing a good job at freezing lane up there, trying to keep it on his side. Bazia not falling for the tricks. I'm wondering, I feel like mid is going to be so crucial in this game. Shark and Hoon, Marcutie, Cold World. It's been the matchup of the season. And honestly, both of them, it finally feels like BTK, their mid is rotating very well. Cloud9 as well. Cold World on this raft. We know how fast he moves around. We know his plan with this hero.
Man, and doing such a good job of kind of reading some of these. I know in the last game that Mobazane played Bakito, I was kind of wondering about some of these kills that Mobazane was kind of trying to initiate. He didn't get the kill. They were mostly assists. Ooh, we're going to go ahead and start a fight here.
Yeah, G-Kondo from Chicken may be the opportunity, but both sides fighting it out. The Lantern dropping down, and Zane able to get the retribution for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Hoon will punish best player. Marquita responds back, finding Hoon. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade and a turtle over to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
That is a good trade for BTK right there. You get a little bit of gold, and the most important thing is you get the kill on the best player.
Turn it down.
And that's already going to, that's the frustration's going to start setting in. They have really kind of honed in on the best player, and this is what I was kind of waiting to see from them too, especially with the focus that Cloud9 put in on the early stages of this series against Mobazane, being able to find him, being able to isolate him. Here, they're really kind of honing in down onto best player, especially because he has such a good early game spike when it comes to that Julian. You shut him down in the early game, there's not going to be much that hopefully he can do toward the mid and late game.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, speaking of these pickups, right, we know the Lantern can be very aggressive in the early phase. It can pretty much zone out an entire team, but Marcutie, he has this Valentino. We got to look at what ultimate he's going to use. Does he go in for the Way of the Dragon? Does he go for the AOG? Or does he go in for that Crimson Beacon, right, to be able to have that AoE damage to pretty much zone out the side of BTK?
Yeah, I think Cloud9 here, I think they just need to take this, not be scared to take this game slow, not be scared to let this play into the, maybe even the 15-minute mark. I feel like we've seen it time and time again that Cloud9 plays very comfortably when there's a bunch of towers down on the map, plays very comfortably when, there's plenty of space to move around and everyone's got a lot of items. I really feel like Cloud9 needs to look for that type of position in this final game.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about where they shine, especially when it comes to macro, when it comes to the synergy. They've been able to really kind of slam down onto BTK. These last few matches, I've seen that same macro, that same synergy start to show its cracks, to the little bit of the frustration starting to show through here. Ooh, we have Marcutie with a possible flank.
Yeah, they're going to look for the trade. They're going to go in for the side lane instead of the turtle play. A smart decision. Zia will be punished right there. Shark with the AOG a little late to the party, and you will see Zia pay the ultimate price. But on the turtle, BTK looking to possibly get this trade, and it looks like they may be able to get it zoning out Nats on top of that.
I mean, BTK gets turtle, but honestly, I like gold. I like getting the gold laner. I like getting the gold plating. I feel like Cloud9, that's a big win for them.
Well, yeah, and then they're doing exactly what they should have been, what we were kind of critiquing from BTK, where they just let turtles go for no reason. There was no answer. There was no reply. Here, Cloud9, they know that they don't have the turtle fight, so they're going to go ahead.
Everybody's turning in now.
The gold lane, get that gold plating, start to get basic fed
game,
so that he can start being the
nuisance
he needs to be by mid-game.
Yeah, right now.
Game 7,
BTK's turtles on their side, and when it comes to those win conditions, I mean, they thrive. Their chance of winning goes way higher, especially
Andy.
these turtles to have the slightest advantage.
For these
right
boys.
Zia falling on the top side, it could be a little questionable for the damage she's going to be able to dish out in these engagements. And you can already tell Cloud9, they're willing to give up these turtles because they go for the pickoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost more than questionable, right? Because we saw last time Zia was on the 1-1, even after getting 3 items in, the damage wasn't quite there. I mean, yes, there was some threat, but it was tough. But this early on, taking a death, falling 500 gold behind basic, could spell trouble. So I think at this point, BTK, maybe look for a gank of your own up in that top side. Look for some pressure to slow basic down.
Oh, and here, a little bit of CC on the Marcutie, just narrowly avoids the pull coming in from Hoon. Now starting to kind of readjust around the map. A lot of pressure here. Like I said, they've really kind of honed in.
There's lock in.
Last game, he was able to, even at the 16 minutes you waited for Zia to come online, still became an issue for the side of Cloud9. Here, they're not going to be taking those and making those same mistakes.
Ooh, there goes the BMI and the Blazing Duet.
Oh.
Back to safety. Crossbow Tang, he found the weakness points in a matter of seconds. So both sides will trade equal damage.
More of a defensive crossbow Tang at that point. The damage still not quite there, but he does survive the gank. On the mid side, watch Hoon and Shark, man. They are moving. They're stinging all over the place, and that's a lot of times is one of the problems that I see with BTK currently. Hoon kind of hangs out a bit too much in the mid, but lately, these past couple games that they've been winning, he's been getting very involved.
The Ritz say.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and start things up. Another turtle that just is unable to be contested by Cloud9. This time, not much of a response coming from them.
I mean, and if they don't find a trade for a pickoff, then BTK is going to start scaling, and that could be the difference that Zia needs, especially falling that early. I mean, there already goes the DHS in his favor.
I mean, at this point, Gold not really escaping BTK. I think Cloud9's job, again, they can still just take things slow. Keep their
I think
lead,
I'm on good terms with BTK.
Try to get a couple pickoffs. I think keep on focusing onto the gold lane, get those ganks whenever they can. And outside of that, I like their late game, man. They've got the Rafaela, who's going to heal more and more. They have this Claude, who's going to be moving more and more, outputting more and more damage. I do feel like they're in a comfy position right now.
Yeah, and especially because when we saw that was the Rafaela was kind of the answer to the crossbow of Tang when it came in through the late game. Even the damage coming out, there's just so much healing. And then you have the Flask of the Oasis on top of that, adding shield every single time the healing comes out there. Ooh, we have a little bit of a surrounding here for Basic.
Yeah, we were saying they needed to respond back, right? Needing to find an opportunity to shut down the gold laner of Cloud9, but Basic not going to go out without a fight. A great Blazing Duet to be able to stop BTK on the push.
Not only does he get away, but he scares them away while doing it. But a nice hook.
They always get away with one.
More damage.
Able to connect
Top side.
a little bit more damage. Oh my goodness, a double decondo AOD with the follow-up in the crossbow Tang.
Oh no,
The
here we go.
finesse
Here we go.
on the way. Basic
Laps on these
will fall,
boys.
but Zia may be
Nice,
punished.
nice,
Better
nice.
player Able to shut him down. Shark needing to get back to safety.
I get three, might get three.
Zane with the headbutt punch takes out Cold World.
Nice.
Double finding Shark. Now 3-1 on the top side. Now 2-3.
Lord,
on the top
Lord,
side.
Lord.
Zane and Hoon left to defend.
Yeah, and with that, you're going to be looking at a 2 down for BTK. They're going to go ahead and start
On
looking
fucking
for
boys.
some positioning around
this shit.
Lord. A little bit of an advantage to them now.
Take
about a 1K
fucking
gold lead.
Lord, bro.
Able to answer back. This is the one thing that we've been talking about. You need to be prepared for the answer back from Cloud9. There, no matter when you get the kill, no matter what kind of pickup you have, you need to be prepared for that response that comes out from Cloud9 because they're not going to let it go silently.
At this point, both teams definitely know what's on the line, right? Neither team letting anything go silently, not even a tower. I don't think we've been 10 minutes in where a single tower hasn't been taken. Hoon able to get out of that one. Still a little bit of a vie for the first Lord, but keep our eyes on Basic. Up in the top side. The question still rises, is this a good or bad thing?
Yeah, you can definitely tell a lot of nerves for both sides, not wanting to be too aggressive, not wanting to be the one to create the mistake that can ultimately cost them this series. You are seeing the Lord at about 45% HP. Chicken, a great engagement on the Nas with the way the Dragon set up. AOG from Mark Cutie dropping down. We'll connect on the
Nice.
We'll be able to find him. One member down for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but they're still going to push in for the
Yes! Basic!
Fucking go!
Let's go!
And Zia. 3 members down for BTK.
Let's fucking go!
Whole world will find Shark.
Fucking.
Man, we were talking about
fucking
the pressure.
damn it, boys.
Starting to pay
Anthony
dividends
just
now.
screamed it.
Basic.
I
Able to
did.
come in with the Blazing Duet, the amount of damage
Holy
he's able to
fucking
release
shit.
onto BTK, allowing best player to come in to do the cleanup job, and just like that, 4 members of BTK fall.
Yeah, that is going to be devastating at this point. I mean, it
That
is,
boy Aiko
Zane
agrees.
goes down, everyone takes a shot to the face there.
Oh,
And C9,
Let's go.
they feel it. They have the momentum. They're going to start trying to make moves around the map. Look at everyone in a different lane.
Yeah, you do see the way the Dragon set up too from Chicken.
Mar.
Forced to go back to
Mar.
safety as the Lord marching in on the top
Oh,
side.
oh,
Chains, a great
no.
setup.
No.
Can they follow through? Zia able to find Nas.
Got one here.
Punish.
Basic, go in.
There we go.
Nice. Get this turret.
able to take him down. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both
They can
sides.
get this one though.
Oh man, and just like that, a 7K gold lead for the side of
Nice.
Cloud9 down to the high grounds of BTK.
Did they just end?
At this point, can they defend? Zia still dancing, still trying to make something work. Cloud9, I mean, I think as long as they play this safe, they're in complete control, and I think it's been the game plan from the beginning. Just play smooth, don't overextend, get our gold leads where we can, control the map.
Just look at the difference of what 1 minute can make as well, right? 1 minute ago, BTK had all of their turrets. Now they're down to an inhibitor on the bot side, and Cloud9 having a lot of insurance to work in their favor. That just shows you how one little mistake can be the difference.
Well, and especially for teams like this who are just so well synergized, who have such a grasp on the macro and what they need to do, where they need to push,
60
especially
seconds.
with the benefit
It
of
Lord
coming out. It's just
fucking
you
end.
not give up. You talked about it before. You can't give up an inch because these guys are going to take a mile for it.
Fucking
Here,
end
the
this
whole
shit,
minute,
bro.
a BTK
I know.
on the back foot with a 7K gold deficit.
And look at this defense that Cloud9 has.
Don't
over the
fuck
river.
up,
Look at the
Lord,
defense
in
that they have. I mean, just
38
this
seconds. You
line
have
of
a
members, and
shit
then
ton of
getting back to
fucking
that
gold.
angled style
Take the
play
Lord
that Cloud9
fucking
does
in.
so well, especially in a game when your enemy has no towers. Best player going up to the top side, and at this point they just wait. So the question is, like, how does BTK break through this, right? Either Fwy Chicken gets the big kick, gets the pick off, or Shark gets the big AOG. But I think it's definitely, they have to find at least one member to kind of crack through the armor.
Right, I mean, it was just that one engagement that really
Pick.
opened up the map for Cloud9. I still think BTK can take the fight.
Lord,
when it
bros.
comes to the
Lord.
5v5, but they're definitely going to have to be more careful
Lord.
on positioning, because if they fumble that opportunity again, Cloud9 are going to look for the early finish.
Lord. Take a fucking pick on chicken or something.
Around Cold World here. I'm not even sure if he knows if he's in that bush, if he's cleared it just yet. Cold World very patient right now.
I don't think I don't think Fwy Chicken knows he's there at all. And Cold World, just like the patience is a virtue at this point. Hanging out, no vision, and there's the Cold World basic combo at the bottom lane once again.
Yeah, the split
Damage.
push in effect to be able to
No,
have the wave.
I'm not.
And now both sides find it out.
Oh, coming in from the back, though?
That's huge for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Guys,
So they need
make
to
him
get
pay,
back.
make him pay.
Look at the lantern.
I was like, do something.
The side play of the place. Duet to the full team. Best player finding Shark.
Oh, no.
In the mid lane, cross.
Nice.
Winner crown. Buy some time. Hoon will find Cold World. Basic goes back to safety to BMI. Mark Cutie finding Zia. They don't.
Player, no.
Leave. Zane takes down best player. No retribution for Cloud9.
3 for 2 trade
How?
over to BTK. Feeling
How?
good. I mean, they're starting to trade blows. BTK
How?
finally starting to being willing to take these fights and handling them well. Cloud9 as well, though. Mark Cutie helped to save that position by getting rid of Zia.
Yeah, I mean, and Zia's become a huge
Lord,
issue for the side of Cloud9. Even
Lord.
at 1 and 4 right now.
Like,
40
just
minutes. He's
Lord.
still got 2 more minutes.
Who cares
before
about
he
the
hits
tier
that
1 at
Zia
the
power
bot?
spike that we know him from the last game here. So there's still some wiggle room for BTK, but man, just right now, already you're kind of limiting it down to a 3K gold lead for the side of Cloud9.
Stun. Nice,
Still winning funds.
Nice. Basic. How the fuck did you not kill him, bro? No fucking way.
Did he just turn this around? The bait working in Zane's favor. Now Zia will shut down Mark Cutie. Only Nats and best player left to defend, and the Lord will go over to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
We're talking one punch, one hit, a millisecond, one moment for Mova Zane to take out Basic and completely put this game into their hands.
And just like that, turned it around with one hit. Takes down Basic. 3 down for the side of Cloud9. BTK have, at least a short answer just now and a 2K gold lead in their favor.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of turrets to go through. Even though they were able to get that objective, they still got to do a little bit more work to get to that base crystal. But effectively, that is a massive victory in terms of objectives, right? It's going to keep them on the playing field and force Cloud9 to be on the defense. But as the Lord marches in on the bot side, BTK will look for a possible punish, but they're going to go and try and burst down this Lord.
But I'm standing, I'm pacing in front of the monitor right now. Anything could happen. I think Cloud9 needs to do what they've been doing.
Good, though.
Take it slow, right? They can't rush this. I think when they overextend themselves, when they go for these big plays, that's when the mistakes start to come in. They cannot underestimate BTK at this point. I think they really just need to let BTK come to them, and there it is.
Yeah, the initiation on the way. Zane able to find best player.
Oh!
Be able to get another. Zia finding Ness. That's 2 down for Cloud9. Blazes wet into the heart of the battle. Shark falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but not going to stop BTK on the push. Minions in the mid lane. AOG Chicken. Cutie moments away with one final strike. Cloud9 will be shut down by the Bloodthirsty Kings. The threat of fate has been severed, and they reclaim the crown as North America's champions.
The whispers laid to rest. The doubts laid to rest.
GG's. GG's. GG's, boys. GG. I'm gonna do this giveaway real quick and then call it a fuck. We're just gonna do the 4 epic skins. We got Astro. Boys. Those are the skins. Yep. What the fuck to say, boys? Jeez. You guys had such a good team. Did you guys think go for Lord? You guys wanted to take another pick? You were 8K up. You should have just got Lord and end it. Fucking, bruh. Fucking this. Fucking reverse. Andy, yeah, you did win. Are you guys all jumping on my stream and getting haters? It was a good game, man. Good game. It was a good game. I don't know, bro. I absolutely don't know. I believe that fucking happened. I believe it happened. Yep. Oh. What a comeback, man. GG's, bro. GG's. I don't know, champ. It was a good game. GG's, BTK. GG's. I couldn't look neither, bro. I just don't, I don't know, man. It, I don't think so. I don't see it. Alright, chat. I'm gonna post this on my Discord, so if you guys want to contact me on the Discord, the giveaways, it's GG's, bro. I don't know how we lost, bro. It is what it is. Yep. Absolutely insane. It wasn't even like that game was won. We had that game. I just don't understand why we choked. It is what it is. It happens. Hi, boys. I mean, Zia played pretty good. I mean, they grinded pretty hard, it seemed. I don't even know, bro. Losing all that in a row, bro. Alright, chat, I'll catch you guys later.